Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world and we are going to make something beautiful today. Welcome in Carl's Jr. So nice to see you. Happy Friday to you as well. So we are going to continue our Halloween painting, which for anybody who didn't see yesterday or anybody who watches this on the replay, we are doing this based on real life cookies that I actually made and spent a ton of time decorating after taking a professional cookie decorating course. Impressive, right? So we made a giant pile of them. I have this giant pile of cookies here. I photographed them and that's what we're going to paint. And so right now all we're doing is the very early stage of the painting based on these. So all we are doing right now is laying in some base colors. So yesterday we laid in our base dark colors. How do you resist eating them? Well, partly, Carl's Jr. I made these with the trick. I made these with bananas instead of eggs because I didn't have any eggs in the house, and they've been sitting out for a while. I don't know what the rule is for that. They smell really, really good. I didn't put vanilla in them because they were just for the painting purposes, but they still smell really good because they're sugar, right? So yes, they are still sugar. But anyway, so yes, and yeah, I don't know. If I ate all the food that I painted, I would be like 400 pounds. So we don't want to do that. I just like to look at them as art, right? So yeah, but they are beautiful art and we're going to make them beautiful art here. So what I did this morning was I mixed up a few colors and thanks, Carl's Jr. I mixed up a few colors. So I mixed up a gray base. So we're going to use this. This is not white. This is a gray, and it was made using a little bit of Payne's gray and a little bit of my burnt umber. So we're going to use that for the ghosts and any of the other little white spots, which would be like the kitty faces have some white on them. And then I mixed up a green. And again, this is a very kind of a dull green. So we want to have that as the base for like our pumpkin stems and our kitty eyes. And then we also mixed up a kind of a darker orange color. So kind of a duller orange. And of course for our pumpkins. So we're just going to go through and try to, lay in the base color for almost everything. The only color I didn't mix up this morning that I forgot is really, well, I didn't mix up a pink because the little kitties are going to have little pink noses, and the little cheeks of the ghosts are also going to be pink. So I didn't do that, and I didn't mix up a color yet for the actual cookie. So usually I put a base color on the cookie as well, and then go in and try to turn it into looking like a cookie. So if I get to the end and do all of these with all these other base colors on my palette today, and we still have time, then I will go on my break and I will mix up at least like the cookie color so that we can finish that up. But we'll see how much time we have for today. Carl's Jr., you're on a 7-stream streak. Thank you so much, Carl's Jr. That really means a lot to me that you pop in here so often just to hang out with little old me. So I appreciate that very, very much. Woohoo, 7-stream streak. Thank you very much, Carl's Jr. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do, and there's no like big strategy for this for me, except that I prefer not to dirty my water any more than I have to. So I'm going to start with the gray first, and I'm going to go through and try to do that on all the ghosts and the kitty faces first as the base color, and then we'll move on probably to the green, and then we'll check the condition of the water before I move on to the orange. If I started the reverse way and I tried to do the orange or the green first, it would inevitably tint my gray just by washing off my brush a little bit in here. So I don't want to do that. I did mix these colors up with a liquid white again, and a liquid version of the Payne's gray and the burnt umber. And I did that for a few reasons, but one is that it just spreads a little bit easier for me. For these large sections where it's kind of a flat base color. And if I tried to do that with the heavy body, which is what I used for most of the rest of the painting, if I tried to do the same thing with that and just thin it out, it wouldn't be quite the same. So we're going to just go with this. And I lost my screen, so I must not have had this set correctly. Let me just make sure my image is up for my reference. For anybody who is just popping in, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know why that went off. Okay. So we have this reference image that is based on all of this pile of cookies that I did the other day. So again, I always use real life references that I make for, again, various reasons. But if you weren't here yesterday, all we're doing again today is laying in base colors for all of our cookies. So this is gonna be a super realistic painting. And again, sorry, I think we have a technical issue, so hang on one second. Sorry about that. We're trying to fix the picture because I guess, it's really hard when you have the dark background for this and then the lighter background for this, and then it's hard to get the lighting so that it doesn't look all weird and washed out. So he's just gonna go double check again and make sure that that looks okay for y'all. So we will see. But again, we're just laying in base colors today. And so for our little ghosts, if you can see, and it might be a little bit tough to see, but this is not white. I needed to make my little ghosts gray, pretty significantly gray, because if I don't, hi Pran, how are you? So nice to see you back today, Pran. If I don't make them gray, then when I go in to try to make highlights on them, I won't have anywhere to go. So I always try to build from at least a mid color, if not a pretty dark color, and then and build up from there. And that helps me to get a lot greater degree of dimension in my pieces. And like I said, if you haven't been in here before, I build all of my paintings a little bit different each time. Oh, I hear footsteps. That means we still don't have the image quite right. So hang on one second, guys. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, you can see it's gray. Okay, well, that's good, Carl's Jr. Hang on one second. We'll just try again. All right, I think we're okay now. So welcome back. Sorry about that. I'm gonna try very hard here. I did mention before, for anybody who's not been in here before, that my husband set this up for me, that he helps me a lot with it, and that he has a background working at Walt Disney World. So he worked at Walt Disney World for like 20 years, and his standards are very, very high. So we want to make sure that everything comes through nice and clean and lovely, and doesn't have you know, anything weird happening. So anyway, I think we're all set. Hi, Plo. Thank you so much for popping in today, Plo. Yes, and thank you to thank you to Mr. Kim. Thanks, Carl's Jr. I appreciate that. Yeah, he keeps the standards high. We don't want to be at a lower quality here. So we're trying very, very hard to keep the standard high. Flo, I enjoyed your stream last night when we popped in over there. So it was really nice to see the work that you were doing, and also the pictures of your work hanging in the gallery. That was really neat to see. So again, congrats to Flo for that. And if you're in here and you don't follow Flo already, she is a very gifted artist, Plojette. So please go ahead and follow her. And yeah, she's a wonderful streamer as well. So thank you so much for that. So yeah, we're just laying in base colors today. I know it doesn't look like much. We're not calling this a rough stage. I was corrected on that yesterday. Of course, Plo. I was corrected on that yesterday. We're just gonna call it an early stage. So again, if you have not been in here, I'll show you, something that's finished. So again, this is based on real life cookies that I made. And so we're aiming for a degree of realism that's something like this. So this was a little one that I made, and it is a totally flat painting made with many glazes of acrylic paint. And I think it really is pretty convincing, actually. So this one is a 6x6, and well, 6-inch diameter, I should say. But anyway, so we aim for really high degrees of realism in here, and that's what we're gonna try to do to the cookies. I was hoping to stream again this weekend, but my back is deciding that probably won't happen if it doesn't ease up. I'm probably gonna go to the ER. Oh no, Flo, I'm so sorry. That stinks. That is terrible. Did you injure it, or is this like just a thing that you just generally have once in a while pop up for you? That is terrible. I remember I had a disc issue years ago, and it stunk. I will tell you, it's a very painful thing. So, yeah, I'm very sorry, Plo. So yes, if you popped in late, I said that I mixed up these few colors here on my palette, just because blocking in these shapes, it's going to be a lot easier for me if I have, just because they're all like big, solid, they're like solid base shapes. I don't know how else to describe that. They need a lot of refinement to make them look dimensional, but this is the easiest way for me to do it. Just lay in one piece of flat color on each shape. Hi, Cupie. So nice to see you in here again. Always a pleasure to have Cupie in here. She keeps me on track. Plo, oh, you have spina bifida, so there's a lot wrong with your back, but aside from the pins and needles, oh, I'm very sorry, Plo. I'm very sorry. That stinks. Well, please take care of yourself and rest, and people will pop back in when you're ready to stream again. So I'm very sorry, Plo. I didn't know that was your condition. So yeah, it's a lot easier for me, but this is different than what I did on, say, something like this, right? So when I did this painting, on this ice cream, for example, I started with a mid-tone all over the whole thing because I wanted it to be easy for me to shape it out. And I didn't want to start with the really dark shadows, and I didn't want to, of course, start with the light areas. So we started with a mid-tone on this, and that was how we worked. This one we're doing different. We're starting This a little bit more like what we did with, say, something like this. So these little studies that we did, this is more like that, where we had to put in a kind of a bright, dark base color. We'll say an intense base color. And then we're going to build up the shapes kind of a little bit backwards and a little bit forwards to get them all shaped out. So it's just going to take time. This one is, again, going to end up looking something like this, but you know, it's a lot bigger. So this is 12 by 16. And again, I decided that the easiest way for me to do this was to simply mix up a solid base color for each of the little cookies. So the gray, the orange, the black, and the greenish color. And we're just gonna lay that in 1 or 2 flat layers and let them dry. And then hopefully we'll be done with that today. That is my goal, is to finish all of that today. And you can see even when I lay it in here on this little ghost, that I can still see through my pencil lines. It's not that opaque. And so that is good for me because it gives me enough of a base color, but it still lets me see my lines just enough so that I can go in and clarify everything later. And that's really what I want. So sometimes I've said, people ask me, "Hi, Jake, just got the pumpkin looking like a carrot." Got the pumpkin looking like, it does look like a carrot now. You're absolutely right. That was me testing my color mix, Jake. Yes. Isn't that funny? I didn't even notice that, but yes, it's just testing the color, Jake. It won't look like a carrot in the end, I promise. So yeah, we're just laying in the base, and that just requires patience. I think that sometimes, you know, everybody enjoys seeing like the final result, right? When everything's like really advanced. Just because the middle is orange, I know, right? It does look like a little carrot, a little happy face carrot, a happy Halloween face carrot. But I think it's nice. Everybody seems to also in here, what kind of colors are you using? Everybody seems to enjoy when you see stuff from the very beginning of the process. So Zell, I am using golden acrylic paints. For this base color, we are using a liquid, which is called fluid acrylics from Golden. When we get to the later stages, I always use a different kind of paint. I use heavy body paints from Golden Acrylics, and that's what I use to make my glazes. And I mix that with a lot of glazing medium. So yes, so 2 different kinds. I very rarely use the liquid acrylics unless I'm doing something like this. Thank you so much, Zell. I really appreciate it. I very rarely use the liquid acrylics unless I'm doing something like this where I'm just kind of marking out the base color over a very large flat area. So something that has a very graphic quality like this piece is going to, that works well. When I did things, you know, like my comic books that I painted a while back, I also wanted things that looked, you know, nice and have an even base. And so anything that has a very graphic quality, that is what I try to do. The more organic it is, and I know this is food, but it's not quite like this. The more organic this is, the less I work the way that we're working today, right? So this one was just one big kind of medium base color that I had to bring up and down to get it to look like ice cream. Same down here. This was, you know, many, many layers of that, of just different types of paint, different colors of paint mixtures that were applied translucently over each other to get it to look dimensional in the cone. I am still sort of going to use those methods here, but it's just a little bit different. It's just tweaking my process just a little bit to make it look, you know, or just to make it work a little bit easier for me. Could I use heavy body acrylics on this? Yeah, I guess I could, but it's kind of a pain to do it for this stage of a painting. I've tried it many different ways when I do various things like this. So anyway, just for big graphic spaces, I find putting one base color down over the whole thing for each section Just gives me a nice foundation for everything else. And yes, I know it's a little bit early for Halloween, but to get a painting done in time for the holiday and make sure that I have time to, photograph it and edit it and maybe get it framed and all that kind of stuff, that takes time. So I got to start in August. But I don't mind, right? There's lots. Kewpie said she saw Halloween decorations already out at the stores. So I think it's kind of nice. Start the season a little bit early. Do you all still, Carl's Jr., never too early for Halloween. That's right, Carl's Jr. That's right. Does anybody know yet their Halloween plans? Because you're welcome to share what you're going to be doing this year. I realize that's a little bit early. I've said before, I know like Disney World, they already start their Halloween parties in August, which is super, super early. And so I don't know if people make plans that far in advance. I guess if you're hosting a party or something, you probably make them very far in advance, right? It's your dad's birthday? Halloween is your dad's birthday, Flo? Do you always do something special for him? I also mentioned that, I do these based on my real life things that I make, right? So these are real cookies that I baked the other day and then decorated the other day. You just call them old and go over for dinner. Good birthday, Flo. Okay. That's cute. But I do that in part because I want like full control over everything, right? So for this, I wanted this to be a really cute, very, very happy Halloween piece. And I didn't want it to be spooky. I wanted it to be really, really cute. Second to that, I don't know what the stores are carrying even at this moment, even if I wanted to go to the grocery store and pick something up that I could paint for Halloween. So I just want to learn to figure out how to do it all myself. So yes, professional cookie decorating courses, I'm in the midst. I think it falls on a Saturday this year, so you're going to stay up late and watch horror films like a usual Saturday. Is that really what you do on a usual Saturday, Jake? Stay up late and watch horror films? I will say I don't handle I don't handle certain horror films very well. I don't handle like slasher films very well or anything about a serial killer, any of those kind of things. But I do like things like the Alien, well, at least Alien 1 and 2, and then the more recent Alien films. Those were good. Things like that. Things that's like a sci-fi type horror, I guess I'm okay with. But definitely not, no Halloween, no typical Halloween horror things. Of course, is that really what you do? That's funny. I used to really they had up here, when we moved up here to, we're in upstate New York now, they had a thing on one of the local channels, and I think it's nationally syndicated. I'm not sure. Janica, how about Demons and Ghosts? I'm okay with that because it's more like it doesn't freak me out as much. How's that? But again, it kind of depends on the film. Now I do and I was going to mention, when we moved up here, they had a thing called Sci-Fi Saturday. Is that nationally syndicated? I'm not sure. It was hosted by a guy named Svengoolie. And so it would have old TV shows that were like the old Star Trek, the old Wonder Woman, the old, what else? The old Batman show, things like that. And then they would show an old sci-fi film. And so, you know, the really old ones, I do enjoy those actually. The old, like, especially like the ones from like the 60s or even farther back, like the Bela Lugosi stuff. Those kind of films I'm into. But yeah, the old Frankenstein films, stuff like that. Meanwhile, I love you love Michael Myers? Really? Halloween is the original, your favorite scary movie of all time. Is that right? I can't. Nope. I can't do it. Can't do it, Carl's Jr. So that's very funny though. I went to see years ago, they made like the 20th anniversary, I think it was. 20th anniversary film of Halloween in the theaters, and I saw it with my husband, and I like couldn't sleep for weeks. So no, it's it's not my thing. But cutesy Halloween I can do, and you know, again, some stuff is okay. Some stuff is okay, but I just don't want anything that's gonna sit with me a little too long. But yeah, for some reason, like I really liked, you know, movies like Prometheus, like the Alien movies. I think those are really well done. So yeah, I don't mind those, but maybe again, it's maybe because I'm not in space. So I don't feel like I'm really threatened in that way. But yeah, Michael is a scary guy. That's right, Carl's Jr. So yeah, that one I do. I still have my ticket stub from that movie, you know, when I saw it, when they did that. I think it was the 20th anniversary. It was somewhere back in, I don't know what year. Is that the early 2000s that would be? I know it had Jamie Lee Curtis and LL Cool J in it. So alien movies killed any possible thought of wanting to be an astronaut. That's funny. Yeah, slashers are scary because they're a realistic nightmare. Yeah, maybe that's part of it, Carl's Jr. Like, you know, I know that there's not aliens in my neighborhood, but maybe there's, I don't know. So yeah, I just don't like that. So, you love feeling scared. I watch them on the couch, so I have to walk up the stairs in the dark afterward and get that whooshing feeling. You like that, Jake? Oh my gosh. That's funny. I can't. I really have a hard time with, again, not everyone, just certain ones that stick with me. Even like, you know, they remade, what is the Hitchcock film? I should know this. What's the Hitchcock film? Halloween H2O. Yes, that was the one. That was the one, Jake. Anyway, one of the Hitchcock films, some of those freak me out, actually. Even the old ones will freak me out. And then there was a couple, I think, that were remade at one point. But yes, like, was it rear view window, something like that? It had Jimmy Stewart in it. That still freaked me out. I didn't like it. Psycho, that's the one. That's the one, Janica. See, I really should know these things. But yes, when they made the remake of Psycho, like, I should know because it had Vince Vaughn in it, right? And I know at the time he wasn't very famous, but it still stuck with me. And now he's like a comedian type, right? He's not even like scary. It didn't stick with me, but it does. Your two favorite horror films will always be Black Christmas and The Hitcher. I don't know either of those, actually, Flo. I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know. I just, I guess I want a peaceful life, so I don't want slasher films in my life. I don't know. Like I said, certain things are okay. What else have I watched recently? Something that's not, like I watched some TV shows. Hitcher was horrifying. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't even want to Google it though. I'll just let y'all talk amongst yourselves. So, I did watch, there was a show called, well, I like The Walking Dead because my husband read all the comics, and so I liked that TV show very much. I don't consider that to be scary. And I liked the show. I only watched one season of it. I don't know if they made more, but there was one show called From that was pretty creepy. And I still liked that one too. And again, it doesn't stick with me, so it's okay. Have you gone yet to see Odyssey? No, I haven't. Is it good? I saw an advertisement for it, but I don't know much about it. Yeah, I kind of always felt bad because my husband, he liked, he liked horror films quite a bit and watched a bunch, and I just I can't tolerate them very well. It was great. Highly recommend seeing it on the big screen. Definitely a visual, awesome experience. Interesting. All right, well, maybe I can at least Google to see exactly what it is. Carl's Jr., and maybe Jake would be into it. I don't know. I'm not going to make any promises for myself. Yeah, that was something again, I never did like creepy Halloween. Just never, I never dressed in anything like a creepy Halloween stuff. Not even a little ghost. I was never a little ghost. I always wanted something imaginative, but not creepy. So. I remember we went to, when we lived in Central Florida, Universal Studios was right down the street, right? So we did go back in those days, Janica, because you reminded me that one is Psycho. They had like a replica, I think. I don't think it was the real house, but they had like a replica of the house from Psycho that was there. It was interesting to see it on the lot. I don't know. Maybe it was the real house. I'm not really sure. And you didn't go in it. You just kind of saw it like from the little tour bus. And I mentioned before that I was, every year at Universal Studios, they did something called Halloween Horror Nights. I never went as a guest, but I did get a job briefly when I was very, very young as one of the creepy clowns, but I didn't last very long because I didn't enjoy that either. But it's definitely when I did that job, I know we did go into some of the haunted houses there, like for an opening night for the people who were going to work there. And they were super creepy. They did a really good job with it. They were super creepy, but a little too creepy for me, I think. You went to look at your cable TV schedule to see if any of the Alien movies are in rotation. And a general cable channel has a TV show, An Alien Near You. They walk among us, accept the truth. It can be anybody, an alien near you. Is that right? That's funny. I guess this removes the space element. Yeah, what is the... again, I apologize because I'm blanking. Signs, the M. Night Shyamalan movie. Anybody see that one? That's actually a really great film, but that is also about aliens, sort of. I mean, it's walking among us. So I imagine you scaring someone and immediately apologizing. You know me so well already, Jake. So I think that's really funny. And it probably happened. Yeah, I didn't portray the creepy clown very well. It wasn't my thing, so. I just imagine the guests can be pretty annoying. Yeah, they can be a little bit annoying, to say it mildly. They're Carl's Jr. So yeah, it was not great. Oh, and Cop, did Cop come in? Oh, I missed it. Hi, Cop. Nice to see you here. Thank you so much for popping in. Yeah, couldn't do that job. Yeah, it was not great. The Morton Salt Girl, hi, welcome in. Nice to see you. Thank you for chatting. We are working on a cookie painting, Morton Salt Girl, that I am basing on real life cookies that I made, baked and decorated. And so I piled them up and we did a nice little photo of them. And that is what we are going to try to paint. And we are going to try to get them to look very, very realistic. If you haven't seen before, like this one. So this is one of my cookies that I painted to look very, very realistic. This is about 6 inches in diameter and it is totally flat in acrylic. So that's what we're aiming for. We're gonna try anyway. And today we are just laying in base colors, just to give us a good foundation for everything else. And tomorrow we will start to build up some of the dimension. That's my hope anyway. So we just gotta be patient with the process. Realism, at least the way I build it, takes a lot of foundational layers and then we build up from there. So I just want to make sure I come in here and cut right into that space there. But yeah, just takes a little bit of time. So I mixed up all these colors in advance. That makes it a lot easier for me. By the way, if you ever work with liquid acrylics, quick tip. So fluid acrylics, for whatever reason, they go a little mad. They have, from Golden anyway, they have these flip-top lids. And I have learned through terrible experience that, yes, painting off cam, that's right. I just mixed up paint comp and just a tiny bit of painting off cam, just a tiny bit. But I have learned from experience that if you work with fluid acrylics, that when you use that little flip-top lid to get the paint out, it will inevitably spray everywhere. Spray everywhere. And so, so what I do is I actually hold a paper towel over the lid of the paint to both open it and close it, because it's going to spray both ways. And so, yeah, if you ever try, because I will tell you that I have done this many times where I open up my lid. Best case scenario, it sprays all over my palette. Worst case scenario, it sprays all over my painting. Middle case, it sprays all over me. So it happens all three of those ways. Just cover it with a paper towel when you open it to prevent from going through that same experience for yourself. And I don't know why they do that. I really wish that they were, the paint itself is good, but I wish they would fix those lids, man, so that they did not spray on me. I don't know what they can do. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I just need to clean it up a little bit better. There isn't a no spray scenario. No, there is no spray scenario. It's going to happen, Janica. So you just got to make sure that you're prepared for it in advance. And yeah, so just cover it with a paper towel. Isn't this with everybody? Same when your kid opens yogurt. Is that right? That it sprays everywhere? Can't do anything about it, right? Just cover it with a paper towel, because can't Can't make it stop. Understand. Understand. All right, let's hop up here to these two little guys up here. And again, if I don't get this, you know, exactly precise at this point, like that's not the end of the world. I am still gonna try, but just see here. I'm still gonna try, but I can go back and trim it out a little bit later if I need to. September 17th for an appointment for your doctor. Okay, Flo. Well, we'll be thinking about you. Very, very sorry that you're going through that. That really stinks. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I had nothing near what you had, but I did have a disc issue a number of years ago, and it was painful. I couldn't walk well for months, and now I'm okay. So. But it was very, very painful. So I'm very, very sorry. And yeah, sitting in the chair to stream, I'm sure that that is aggravating to your condition, Flo. Yeah. Well, I think Flo's in Canada, right? Flo is in Canada, so, but yes, I am in the US cop. So, but this was a long time ago for me. So poor Flo, this is happening right now. Your discs are fine according to the MRI. This is arthritis, okay. The chair is the only place you find comfort. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Well, at least does that mean you can still, paint or draw or something? Your GP only works 3 days a week? Oh, okay, gotcha. I do have to say that this little thing, you know, again, we're at a very early stage, right? We're aiming, again, for this level of realism. So we'll get there. But man, this is going to be so stinking cute. So I do hope y'all stick around because I promise, these are like the cutest cookies in the world. And they, despite not having vanilla in them, they do still smell really, really good. So yeah, this was a really cute painting, or a really cute subject, I think. So I'm very happy that I took the time to make the cookies, to take the decorating class, to learn a little bit, and I'm gonna keep taking more. So that's a lot of fun. You're trying to figure out if you want to draw the bookstore diorama or keep going on the robot toy of your husband's. Oh, both of those sound really cool, Flo. Here in a third world EU, we have the same free same-day visits with the doctor. Only thing we have to pay is taxes. Yeah, it ain't like that here. So yeah, you're very lucky. You're very lucky, cop. Yeah, it can be challenging, we'll just say. I should go and get my own cookies while you work. I witness people working a whole lot better while munching. Here you go, Janica. You should get your own cookies. You should eat cookies the entire time that I'm painting this. Like every session that I'm in here, painting cookies, you should be eating cookies, right? Bring enough to share. I might need to get a smaller brush, and I might just come back to this, but I do want to also get these little ghost eyes. Again, going in with like a gray color, which this is a pretty substantial gray. It is not light. It might look light on the screen, but it is a pretty substantial gray. And so what that will allow me to do is gradually bring up a few layers of lighter colors over top of it so it builds some dimension into my cookie. Sounds like a good rationalization. Build some dimension into my cookie, and then I will still go in and make, some darker shadows on the outside to give it a little bit more depth. But I'm glad y'all enjoy seeing this, like at this stage of a painting, because I think we were talking about that yesterday, that sometimes we feel that we only can show things when we get to the final stages of the process. I do think it's interesting, maybe because I'm an art nerd, to show things at the beginning of the process, though, because then it's not magic. It's just a lot of patience, perseverance, all those things that make it happen. And it's kind of nice to see, if you want to still call it magic, it's kind of nice to see the magic happen, right? I saw this really short video today on Instagram, and I'd seen it before, that was David Bowie, and he was talking about artists, and I thought that it was just so profound, because we were talking similarly about this subject yesterday, and it was, I was saying something in response to someone in here about your passion for your work. And if you're not passionate about your work, that I think it shows through. If you're not interested in what you're painting, if it's not sincere, that I think it shows through. And the clip that I saw of David Bowie said that he thinks that it's essentially very dangerous for artists to follow what other people want. And that, trying to figure out what you're going to do basically for your own art, and again, I'm paraphrasing really terribly, is so essential. And he said this beautiful phrasing, I'm going to mess it up terribly, but something like, you have to wade further out into the water, and when your toes are just barely touching the bottom, then you're sort of in the right place. If you're not taking risks, if you're not pushing yourself a little bit, then you're probably not doing it right. I thought that was very interesting. I like that visual, that if your toes are just barely touching the bottom when you're wading out into that water, that you're just very close to being in the right place that you should be with your art. And yeah, so I try very hard with everything I do to stay true to myself. So that is what I have to do. That's what I hope for anybody in here who's trying to figure it out for themselves. And that just takes time. And it also takes, a little bit of courage to just be true to yourself. So, I have kind of an unconventional painting philosophy. I make happy art. That's not generally the norm. So I make very realistic versions of very, very happy subjects. And I think that that's worthwhile. But, nobody's gonna believe in that if I don't. So I'm wading out into the water. That's what I like to do. Wading out into the water. You like watching all the stages of the process. I find it sus people who only show the late stages. What are you hiding over there? Right? Maybe they just, that back in the old days, you can find actually some paintings that are simply photographs that people painted over. So, that was actually a thing. And there's still some of that, in some remnants, but you never know, right? Maybe it's just a photo that's been painted over. I like to think not. some people find that, that's not to knock people who do that. There are people who actually do that as a real art form, and that is, you know, your choice, I guess, to do that. It's not what I want to do, but who am I to criticize anybody else for what they choose to do? But I think for me, you know, doing the whole thing, I want you to see, like that's kind of the point of a lot of the point of my art, right? I want you to see the whole thing because I want you to know that even though it ends up being really realistic like this, that it's made by a human being from start to finish. Even baking the cookie, swooping on the frosting, replicating this in paint, that the whole thing is human made. And I think that helps to ground my work in a different way than, you know, again, if I were to use stock imagery or AI or whatever, it helps to just put my art in a different place to say that it's human made. Maybe that's only in my own mind, but that's what I choose. Because I think I have to choose what kind of message I want to send or what kind of purpose I want to have. I want it to be happy. I want it to be filled with joy. I want it to be very much human. And I want it to be pretty dang impressive in the end. So that's what I choose to do. Have you had AI accusations about your work? People doubt anything that's of a high standard now. I did, Jake. So when I started posting, I've said before, you know, I felt like Rip Van Winkle because I went to, I stopped posting on social media for a few years because I got a little busy with other things in life, and so when I came back to doing it last year, it like happened right away where people started accusing me of AI. And I was like, what? And I honestly didn't know how to handle it at first. And so at first I was I guess I went through maybe like the 7 stages of AI grief and acceptance. I don't know. At first I was in denial, right? I was just kind of angry. I don't know what the stages actually are in that order. No worries, Janica, no worries. At first I was kind of angry and offended. And then I realized later on that people were genuinely confused. And I understand, like if you go on like a TikTok or something, that it is very hard to discern certain things as being real or not. And so I guess I went from being very offended and a little angry to being very accommodating and trying to simply explain, send him to the stream, that's right, Jake, to being very accommodating. And so it's part of the reason why, like, especially as I went on with doing like my cookie paintings, I started to, hi fried egg jellyfish, nice to see you today. I started to record like my whole process, including baking like my cookies. I need to do better with that for my ice creams too. That, you know, so you can see that I make my own stuff and then I paint it. And when I started posting on TikTok the cookie stuff last year, I didn't realize that people would think that I hadn't made it. Like it just didn't cross my mind that was not the assumption that would be made. Because like I said, I didn't really realize how widespread AI had become. So yes, people were thinking that I had generated these images in AI and then just copied them, because a lot of people do, right? It's what a lot of people do. And then, you know, I think some people just thought that my paintings themselves were some kind of fakeness. I don't know. So yeah, I don't have the perfect answer to it yet, but I do try to be very accommodating and try to make people understand. I even had somebody say, and I still don't really know because it's hard to tell in type, right? I'm not great at sometimes picking up on sarcasm in type. And so I had somebody say something like, it looks like the painting is just a printed panel like that I just had printed it on a panel. And I know I was a bit offended at that as well. But I didn't, at that point, I didn't remove the comment from my my post, and like thousands of people liked it. That guy's response. Thousands of people. So thousands of people apparently thought that either in a complimentary or non-complimentary way. He said later on that it was a compliment, but that my paintings were simply printed on panel. So yeah, it's cast so much doubt on things now that people are more suspicious than impressed. Right? I don't know how to change that other than to be on here and paint and show you how I do it from the beginning. Or again, just try to show clips at the various stages. Like when I baked my cookies, I tried very hard to record, per Pran's advice, by the way. I haven't used it yet, but I did try very hard to record clips of me making the cookies at all stages so that I would be able to, when I share this painting, show that I, that I made the whole thing. So, fried egg jellyfish, no, yeah. So yeah, I think the panel one, like that one just confused me more than anything. The panel comment, that it was printed on the panel. And yeah, I think that one was maybe harder for me to process than the AI accusations even. But I do understand now more so where people are coming from with it when they doubt things. Because I really, like, I've seen, I watch cute little animal videos, right? I like animal videos. And then I see something in the comments that tells me this was AI. And I'm like, oh, that's so disappointing. I wanted it to be real. The process video could end with you biting the cookies. That would be good, actually, Jake. I like that. That's a very dramatic ending. I did put a video or two up of me destroying my cookie models at the end, but I did that later on. And yeah, so I guess I was kind of hoping that would, for a few of the doubters, but I've just had to recalibrate my strategy a bit so people try to understand. I always try to say, probably to a fault, maybe I should back out on this some, but almost every post that I make, I try to say, especially for cookie pieces like this thing, based on a real life cookie model that I made, and I keep repeating it, and I don't know if that's annoying or not, but I do feel like I have to keep saying it. Fried egg jellyfish, you're fighting back in the most pleasant way. That's cute. Love that. Yeah, I tried not to, I guess I tried. I know one person, I always say I just block people, right? If they're really rude or offensive. And so I know there was one person who accused me of AI. I think it might have been the first person who accused me of AI. And I didn't know what to do. And I responded to them, and then I blocked them. And then I think they came back with a second account, and almost in a semi-apologetic way. No, I really thought that. I really thought it was AI. And so I've tried very hard. We learn as we go, right? I try very hard now to just be understanding that there's a general viewpoint that's a thing. That is a real thing. They're not always trying to, sometimes people might be trying to be rude, but for the most part, I think most people are genuinely confused. So I try to accommodate that as best I can. But it makes it hard. I don't know how people do it. It makes it hard to simply sit, and I'm not typically a doom scroller, right? I don't spend a lot of time on social media per se. I am trying to get better with it. makes it hard to process things without constantly questioning it, right? Like, I don't know how everybody does it. If you just sit there and you just, have to question everything that you see. Is it real or is it not real? So again, all I can do is be here and paint for y'all and then try to show clips of it later on. So hopefully that does something for people. So just gonna go over this again over here. This was my test, or my color was a little bit light. And then I'm going to take a smaller brush and I'm going to go in and just lay a color down on the eyes of the ghost real quick. So sometimes a lot of people can imagine that there is a world of people who sit with their work and put time and energy into it in a world where everything is one click away. That's right. That is right. Everything is one click away. I saw a really cute video a few months back. I know that was, I meant they can't imagine. Oh, okay, yeah. I gotcha. I understand. I saw this really cute video that was like a person sitting at a desk, and it was supposed to look very futuristic. And the computer says to him, "Would you like to create art?" And he says, "Yes." And he hits a little button that says, "That's beautiful. Such an amazing piece. Would you like to create more art?" He's like, "Yes." And he clicked it again. He created more art. And I just thought that was such a cute way of looking at AI art. Again, not knocking anybody who does it. It's just not for me. So yeah, I thought it was really cute. Yeah. All right. So let me grab a smaller brush. We're going to go in and do the eyes and just again, and the whiskers and stuff on the kitties. So we just want to have a base color down over everything, and that will allow us to keep building up the shape. So again, for anybody who's just coming in, welcome. And we are building a painting in lots of layers that are based on these real life cookies that I made. And we are aiming for a really high degree of realism, but we're at a very early stage of the painting. So hopefully in the end, we will look something like this level of realism, flat painting, acrylic layers. But we gotta get there first. So we have a lot of work that we gotta put in for this. So we're just laying out base colors today. And then, honestly, I'm really hoping that I can get all of these base colors done with y'all today. And then tomorrow that I will be able to start building out some dimensions. So that will be a lot of fun. Because I really like, I've said, the pile paintings are pretty cool because they really are like, I don't know, I guess it's just my personality, or the way that I work, but they're like calming for me. Pile paintings are like, I see the entire roadmap. I know exactly what I'm supposed to do on this. It just takes me a while to do it. But that's a nice feeling to see the roadmap. I do not love, so I've said before in here that I played, my husband had me play Zelda, the first Zelda game, and I did it. I did both quests. I made it through the whole thing, but it is very challenging for me and not as not as enjoyable of a type of puzzle game as something like something where I know very clearly what I'm supposed to do. And so I did it. It's okay, but I like knowing what I'm supposed to do. I like trying to figure out how I'm supposed to do it. That's okay, but I like still knowing what I'm supposed to do. So on something like this, I know what I'm supposed to do. It's just figuring out the most effective way for me to actually do it. And that's very different for me than, like, I liked things like Hexic, and as far as games go, something like a Hexic or a Bejeweled. I play Magic with him. That's puzzle solving in a way that I can semi-predict what I'm supposed to do. Zelda is challenging because you don't know what you're supposed to do. That's supposed to be part of the fun of it, but for me, that's not really how my brain works, so it's not perceived as fun particularly. But again, I still did it. It's okay. And it was still, you know, a sense of accomplishment. It was still enjoyable. But I definitely prefer seeing the roadmap and just trying to get there. And that is what these do for me. It's very calming. It's more like, again, I've made the analogy that sometimes my paintings are like jigsaw puzzles because I'm putting more visual information down each time I paint a part of it. That's more what these feel like. These feel like I'm solving a jigsaw puzzle, except that I'm solving it from back to front over the entirety of the piece. And so it's very calming for my brain to do that. And I really, really like being able to make them look dimensional. That's a cool feeling when I can do that. So. So does everybody bake for the holidays? Because we talked about this yesterday, that maybe, I'm not gonna promise, but maybe as we get closer to the holidays, we could actually do a baking stream. Illustrations, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that so much. So much. So thank you. If you haven't been in here before, Illustrations, we're gonna try to make this, which is based on real life cookies, look something like this. So all of these little cookies will start to take shape and dimension, and they are based on my real life cookies. So yay, happy to be here. Oh, thanks so much, Illustrations. I appreciate that so, so much. What do you illustrate, if you don't mind? And you can feel free to share, but you don't have to. No pressure. And Flo says she bakes. Yes, that she bakes. So I am wondering, you know, since I am, again, learning all this stuff about the advanced cookie decorating and frosting stuff, if maybe as we get closer to the holidays, maybe we might do a stream or two where I would bake something that I'm going to work on for one of my paintings and or decorate it. So I don't know if that's something that anybody would be interested in seeing or not. Like I said, this is a learning process for me. You can see that some of this like has a homemade quality to it because I haven't perfected my cookie decorating skills, but I kind of like it. I would rather do that. I could try to eliminate it, right? I could try to go in and just, you know, clean this all up. But I have found that it just doesn't look as realistic when I try to do that. I am still going to make some small tweaks, but I'd rather try to capture what the actual photo looks like, at least 90% of the way, rather than go in and try to too significantly change it just to account for my, you know, my subpar cookie decorating skills. So anyway, Illustrations, I paint pet portraits and I just started a Twitch channel. Very cool, Illustrations. I'm still really new, so I'm trying to learn the ropes from other great streamers. Well, I have only been here for 2 months, Illustrations, but I appreciate that very, very much. And we will be sure to follow you. And anybody else who wants to check out Illustrations channel, please feel free to do so. But we want this to be a very kind, peaceful, and supportive community. So we have a lot of people in here who are other artists who either stream or don't stream. But I want y'all to feel comfortable, talking about your own work and talking about things with each other as well, because I think that that's just nice for all of us to do. So don't only have artists in here. I have lots of people who come in too that I know are just enjoying watching the process, which is totally cool, and I'm happy to accommodate for that. But I do want this to feel like, for everybody, non-artist and artist, that this is me opening up my studio door, and that we're all just kind of hanging out together. So I think that that's a nice kind of, just a feeling of a collaborative experience. So thank you to my husband for just giving a shout out, or I don't know if it was Cupid, but anyway, so yeah, I'm glad that you're here. And if you watch my first few streams, boy, they were bad. So we've worked on that. Yes, so we've been working on that to try to get this to be a little bit better now. I think it's a bit better. I love your camera angles. Thanks so much, because I work hard on those. So I have the camera from the computer points at me. The camera on this arm points at my painting. And the camera that here it's actually a little bit jerry-rigged onto an old tripod, and that points down at my palette. So I appreciate that very, very much. We've tried to make it, so that it's kind of visually interesting and shows you like the whole process of what I am doing. What you do not see is me struggling with the cameras, or my husband struggling with the cameras when we're trying to set this up. But I appreciate that very much. Oh, and I missed your other comment. Thank you so much. I love the idea of having fun and genuine conversations while making art. Thank you so much. You fit in well here then, because that's what we do. And so I appreciate that. So welcome in. And I know there's lots of other people who will enjoy talking to you as well. Yeah, I don't know. I said before, I really like that collaborative, just the energy that you get from that collaborative feeling. Maybe that's why I thought that being on stream, honestly, because this was my husband's idea, I thought that this would be a little distracting for me, because I have to talk, right? Because we're talking this whole time. But what I've actually found is the opposite. It makes me very focused. So I'm not sure if it's just because, I'm trying to create in front of y'all, or if it's because I just genuinely enjoy the conversation, and that makes me feel more energized to put into my work. So yeah, so it has worked the opposite of what I thought. And that is a beautiful thing, I think. So, hi Solar, welcome in. We missed you yesterday, I think, because you had been on a really long streak. So I hope everything was all right with you, Solar. I know that you can't be here all the time with little old me, but yes, thank you for lurking today. I appreciate everybody who pops in. If you pop in just for a few moments, or if you pop in, for the whole time, but it means a lot, because I honestly, again, I didn't know what people would do. If anybody would want to sit in here with me for the whole time on the stream, but I'm genuinely like warmed in the heart for anybody who sticks in here with me for any length of time, and just enjoys watching my process. That's interesting. I had the same thought. Am I distracting by talking to her? Yeah, it's not, Friday Jellyfish, and I don't know why. I just think it makes me more. It must be just energized. I don't know. I enjoy the collaborative experience. I thought, because I'm genuinely a pretty shy, solitary type artist, right? I like working by myself. But for whatever reason, it really does work. It really does work in here. I don't mind the talking at all. I really enjoy it, genuinely, talking to all y'all. So, not even like reading the screen. It doesn't bother me anymore. Maybe at the very beginning I found it a little distracting, but But no, I genuinely enjoy it. So thank you. What was that? It especially helps the Twitch algorithm to push her live chat out to more people with an active chat. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're right, QP. And that is very true, actually. I found that even if I take a break and you all keep chatting, that is actually very helpful for me. So I really sincerely want, yes, that's right. I sincerely want y'all to chat with me and to chat with each other. So, please feel free. 'Cause we're just one community of artists, right? And so I think it's helpful. I think it's very, very helpful. It helps me when people ask me questions to articulate my thoughts. Because sometimes I just, I haven't said certain things out loud before. You can always ignore us if you like. No, I won't do that, QP. But thank you. No, I don't. I genuinely don't. And I'm being very honest that I really thought it was going to have the opposite effect for me, and that it was going to be difficult for me to manage that. But no, I really like it. I really like it. So I hope y'all like it. No, I want y'all to chat, and I want y'all to chat with each other too. So I want you all I really like when you all chat with each other and you have a conversation going, even if it's something, outside of that. I really like seeing it because it makes me feel like you're just making connections with each other. And I think I think too many of us make art in a vacuum, away from other artists, away from people. Having a sense of community is good for mental health, especially after the COVID shutdown. People are a lot less likely to chat. That is very true. That is very true. So I want this. I don't know if that makes me, a little. That's just what I want. I'll just say that. That's just what I want in here. I don't know what other people want to do, but in here, I want everybody to feel free to just come in and relax, be themselves, chat, talk about art, talk about life, keep it a little bit light. And I find, I've said before, I find regular social media, or what they, say that it should be, to be quite stressful. Now, I am trying to navigate that in a way that balances it with what I think is the way that I should do it for me, just like my painting. And so but I think that it's nice to provide an alternative to that in a place like this, so that you don't have to sit and just doom scroll, to have conversation with people. You can just come in here, or any of the other streamers in here, that are the wonderful art streamers, because there's lots of people, lots of really great people. And so it's nice to just kind of treat this as an interactive experience. So I like that very much. People seem to forget that we do need connection to thrive as humans. It's been so nice to chat in Twitch since I've started to be active and watched a stream almost a year ago. So you've only been on Twitch for a year, QP? That was when you started watching? And yes, just sit and hang out and chat while cooking or cleaning or even painting yourself. That's right. Yeah, I like that very much. Friday Jellyfish. Oh, and I missed your other comment saying you're such a social person. You love meaningful convos. Yeah. So it's very different when you're just, you see a post on social media, maybe you reach out or you comment or you say you like it, or maybe you engage with some people in the chat. I think that's very different than the experience here on Twitch. So again, I've been pleasantly surprised how nice it is to, do the streams, to pop in on other people at various times, or if we raid somebody at the end. Your account is older, but it's only then that you really got into it. Okay, very cool, QP. I didn't realize. Throw a stone and you'll hit an awesome artist. There you go, Plo. Plo's an awesome artist, so make sure that you follow Plo again if you haven't followed her yet. So yes, a lot of, digital artists, a lot of traditional artists on Twitch, maybe to the point that it would surprise people, like it surprised me. But just really nice to have so many people on here that are so supportive of each other and just, genuinely want to share ideas, share processes, chat with each other, just lift each other up. So I said that, my job before years ago was just don't throw stones at me, please. No, we're not going to throw stones, but we should follow Plo. Everybody should follow Plo. But I've said that years ago I worked for an art magazine. The purpose of that art magazine was to help other artists to not just achieve, professional success, because that measure is different for everybody, right? But it was to achieve a sense of confidence about yourself. We had a lot of people who would write regular articles for us, a few columnists from various backgrounds, and it was useful to have all of that balanced in there, because the state of mind of being an artist, again, whether you're doing it professionally or not, it can be challenging, right? You see the world in a little bit of a different way. You are maybe easily bruised by criticism. And so it was learning to deal with all of those things. And sometimes just the reinforcement of positivity, that was part of what I really loved. So there was one particular writer who wrote a column every month for me. And I can still remember, even though this has been like almost, 12, 13, 14 years, something like that, since I left. I guess 13 years, I think, since I left. But I can still hear, or think of some of the things that he said. And one of them was, and I thought this was really beautiful, he said, "I never have a bad day. My wife and I never have a bad day." Now, he didn't mean, and they were both painters, and he was pretty well known. He was a figurative painter. His wife did these really colorful landscapes, usually of like buildings, very brightly colored buildings. And I believe that he taught her to paint, and then her career kind of took off. But he said, "We never have a bad day." Now, both of them were older. They both had various illnesses. They had stress from other things in their life. But what he meant by that is both of them had this perspective that they went into life every day with measuring out the things that affected them and trying to not turn it into a bad day. That is much easier said than done, because it's very easy to get sucked into having a bad day. And I just think little things like that were really nice. They were really nice to lift artists up, to make creative people feel encouraged. And so, I miss that. I miss that part of my life, working in that magazine. And so I hope that in some very tiny way that I can present at least that attitude in here, that it's a place of positivity and a place where we can all just kind of lift each other up, because the world has enough crap, right? And we don't need any more of that. We need some positivity in our lives. And I love, the encouragement that you all give to me. And I hope that you, again, love chatting with each other, spending time with each other. I love that you hang out with me. So anyway, I'm a cheese ball. I always will be, but I'm unapologetic about it. Yes, we do. I love that saying, "We never have a bad day." Yeah, it's just a nice saying. We never have a bad day. But again, it's easier said than done. And someday maybe I will grab some of those old issues of my magazine and just see if there's anything that's, interesting that I can share in here, because like I said, some of them got hit in my flood in the basement. So I don't know if I have a copy of every one that I did. I have quite a few that I did. I was there for 5 years. So you make a choice on how you deal with obstacles in life. Yeah, that's it. And, again, some people are, you have genuine struggles, right? Things that we don't, that are outside of the stream, of course. But how we deal with them is kind of up to us. So we just have to keep pushing forward. And I think it's good to just have some positivity in life. We just need some positivity, need some beautiful things. That's why I try to make happy art. I try to make happy art that's a little bit magical and a little bit beautiful. And, that's my tiny mission in life, is to make beautiful things that I think are a little bit magical, that help connect me to the greater world, and that I hope other people can enjoy as well. So, it's a small thing, but it is my mission. I consider it very much like a mission statement, right? Like when you run a business or a nonprofit in particular, you all have a mission statement for what your objective is. It can't just be to make art. It has to be for some purpose, right? And it can't just be, I don't think, and this is just me, it can't just be to make money. Because again, that's not enough of a motivator. If it's just to make money, there's much easier ways to do that. So you have to have, I think, some kind of mission that drives you to be able to get up and get through a bad day, because you have a purpose. So you're a little different. I don't say I never have a bad day. I just say that you're having a bad day. We need them in order to remind you of the good days. So that's a good perspective, Lo. But yes, I understand. And you're bipolar, so you do have bad days. Interesting. So I'm sorry to hear that, Flo. Yes, again, it's hard to say, like, nobody has to take everything I say, right? It's just as gospel. But I do think it's good to try to keep, positive thoughts in the back of our mind when we're having bad times, so that, as Plo said, so that you maybe appreciate the good times, but also just try to keep things in perspective. But in general, I like having a mission statement. So if you are an artist and you don't have a mission statement for why you do what you do, I would encourage you to think of one. And it doesn't have to be anything like mine. Just maybe your art is a healing thing for you. That's fine. If it makes you feel better to make your art, then again, maybe just besides having the general thing, I make art because I need to make art, maybe it's because it lifts you up. And I think that that's okay too. So anyway, just something to think about. All right, so we've got a few more little eyeballs on these ghosts. So I did miss them. And then I think after I'm done with my white or my gray, then we're gonna hop over to my green. I think that will be my next color. So, and that's not too bad, because that's only the kitty eyes and the little stems on the pumpkins. So we also used to have somebody who wrote for us, and this was actually a very useful column, I thought, on photography, on photographing your paintings, which I'm going to be honest, I still struggle with. Even after all these years, I'm a pretty lousy photographer, but I muddle on through. But I do remember some of his pieces were very helpful for me to understand some basics, so that now I can implement that, and I can turn some of my paintings into prints. And that was something that, yeah, it just was very helpful to see his stuff every month. Got a few more little kitty faces. I guess I still have the second half of the piece. But we're still doing pretty good. And I still feel like I'm only an hour and a half in. Life is all perspective. Absolutely. I have bad, sad moments every day, but I also have happy moments. Yeah, I think we'll go through all of that, right? Every day. There's always going to be. So like I said, when I was saying that about that writer, he was saying it is not that he does not have bad things happen. We all have bad things happen. That's not what he meant. He just meant that whatever the bad things were, he wasn't going to let them completely ruin his day. And so, yes, it is all about perspective. And again, easier said than done. So everybody's different. Everybody has a different viewpoint. Everybody has different experiences, but we just do our best to try to stay positive. I think that's healthy regardless, is just to try to stay positive regardless of the things that happen to us. All right, so let's scoot over here. Let me see, we've got this kitty's done. This kitty right here needs a few whiskers. And I will clean up a lot of these details later as I go. One of the reasons that I put these base coats down is so that as I paint other layers, if some of the paint peeks through, there's something there besides just the white panel surface. You can do, various paintings require different things. Sometimes people take a big flat color and just put it over the whole thing. Like I said, one painter that I know of, he puts yellow down over the whole panel and then does his painting on that. And so you can see little bits of yellow peek through his painting later on. In just little spots, so that again you don't have blank color, just the blank panel peeking through anywhere. So, all right, let's take one more look. Did I get them all? I think so. Oh, maybe this little guy. I missed one. Let me scoot over here. I missed this little guy's whiskers, I think. Right here. I always say I draw because I have nothing else to do. Well, if it keeps your mind occupied, and that is a good thing. That's a good thing. Not a bad thing at all. And it's very, again, it's very positive. It's very positive for your mental health, right? So that is definitely a worthwhile thing. Just do a couple more little whiskers here. Okay, so we're gonna move on to green. Painting shuts my thoughts off, thank God. They love running in circles. Hey, that's again a worthwhile thing if it's a mentally good thing for you to do that. I think that just even articulating that, I might be wrong, but I think just articulating that it's good for you in a mental health kind of way to make art. I think what that does is in some way make it more of a priority for you in here, right? Because you know that in order to take care of yourself, that you have to make art. And then it becomes not just a thing that you prioritize when you don't have anything else to do. you know that you need to do it. So I think some of it is, I guess what I'm trying to say is some of it's just verbiage or articulating it for yourself, whatever your mission is for it. I have a mission that I want to do with my art. Your mission is going to be entirely different. If your mission is just for you, that is totally fine. But whatever you do to take care of yourself, if art helps you, it kind of bumps it up the priority list over things like, maybe too many household tasks or something. So you know you have to do it, and you'll give yourself a little bit more time for it. And again, just my opinion. Because it's real easy to self-awareness. There you go. It's really easy to get lost, I think, in many hours of doom scrolling or television or whatever. It's very easy to get lost. And so it's good if you can just, give yourself some time to do whatever it is that is good for your mental health. And if that's making art or cooking or gardening is good for my mental health, I have found. Painting, of course, is too. But gardening also, it gives me just a nice, quiet perspective on life, I guess. And a connection with nature, so I like that. All right, we got my green color. And the reason these colors are gonna look like a little bit, whatever helps you slow down. It's like meditating. That's right, fried egg jellyfish. I like that. The reason that these colors, both this orange and this green and the gray that I put down, if you've not watched my streams before, the reason that these are going to be darker and duller is because I have to build up my paint layers to be lighter and brighter. So I start with a duller, warmer base, and then I actually build up lots of layers on top of it. So if I started with something that was too bright, like, the gray that I just put down, this is actually a pretty significant gray. It will allow me to put several layers of lighter color on it and bring it up. And so I have to make sure that they're pretty intense. This green that I'm putting down, there's actually two different bright blue colors that I use. I'm using this one in this mix because it's a little bit duller than the other one, although it's still a very bright blue. I actually found a way to stop doom scrolling when I'm out. I got a little pocket-sized sketchbook to doodle while waiting for appointments instead of being on your phone. That is brilliant, Plo. I like that. I like that very much. Yeah, it's easy for all of us to fall into that, right? Even if we say we don't like social media, even if you're just posting to social media and then you maybe check it too many times, I've fallen victim to quite a bit. But that's a really good idea. I like that. So again, I'm just gonna put kind of a thinned out version of this green color down. So I have this darker base everywhere. It's gonna look really dark and dull after today, but I promise it's gonna brighten up starting tomorrow. I hope tomorrow if I can get through all this. I did really enjoy these cookie classes though, I have to say. I want to learn the advanced techniques. So I'm raring to go on the next one. I want to see what I can do. I especially really would like to try at some point, and again, maybe for the holidays, I'd like to try another gingerbread painting where I did a gingerbread house. I did a couple gingerbread house paintings. One of a gingerbread house and the other one was gingerbread buildings. But but I really did like it. So I need to, I feel compelled. I feel compelled to make some gingerbread. And I would love, love, love to have some really good piping techniques to be able to do that, because it looks, if you haven't seen my gingerbread stuff, it looks really, really cool when you get like the piping onto the house and paint it, as it creates all these really wonderful shadows. It was great. One day I was at the hospital waiting for an appointment and sketching, and the guy across from you was sketching. So we swapped sketchbooks and did a small doodle in each other's. That's really cool, Flo. I like that very much. I like that very much. I do. I think that that's, it's a nice way to work in just making more of your art and something that occupies your brain in a really good, positive way. So that's really good. I need to get a small sketchbook because I don't have one that's like pocket size to take with me, and I should have one because that's a really good idea. I'm going to try to shape these out a little bit too, these little sparkly dots in the eye. And if it doesn't get exactly right the first time, that's okay. But I do want to try. Anyway, I am actually using, I didn't say this, but I am actually using a little bit of acrylic medium in this because the one color that I had mixed in here, this very bright blue, it was actually a heavy body, and I didn't have a liquid version of it. So I do need to thin it out just a little bit to get it to spread adequately for me. And the reason is that I used that color is I want to come in with a much brighter version, which is my other phthalo blue, and is much brighter than this one. And so that will help these little eyes really pop and give them some dimension. I know Plo said she bakes. Does anybody else bake? Would y'all like me to do? I don't know. Would you like me to do a cookie decorating stream for something that I'm going to paint for the holidays, or maybe a gingerbread decorating stream? I don't know. I'm not even really sure I could get it set up in here, but I could try just to see. Then you'd really see the whole process, start to finish. This green's gonna go pretty fast though, because I really don't have very much in here. You think it would be fun, Flo? All right, I think I'm gonna have to maybe try. What's the harm, right? 1 or 2 days. Not sure I could set up the baking one because I'd have to be in the other room. That would be hard. But maybe at least the decorating one, so we can decorate cookies together. I assume there's people who do that, right? On Twitch? That there's like some kitchen baking, cooking channels on here, I would think. I've never really looked. Yeah, the green's gonna go pretty quickly. So, and then we'll hop over to the orange, and then we'll just see where we're at today and see if I can, if I have more time, if I can go mix up the color for the edge of my cookie. It's so nice seeing you all. I am going to get back to work. Only a few hours left. No worries, fried egg jellyfish. Thank you so much for popping in. I really appreciate it. And I hope that maybe if you have a chance, you'll pop back tomorrow when we start to build up some dimension. But if not, we'll still be working on this piece probably on Monday. Unless I choose to bounce around and start something new, which you never know, I might. So it depends on how I feel. So we'll see you soon though, fried egg jellyfish. Thank you so much. And Flo says there are cooking channels. I would be curious. Maybe even to look at their setups just to see what they do. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, fried egg jellyfish. Thanks so much. All right, let's come up here. I will tell you that this morning I tried to, do you have days like this? Probably everybody does. I tried to do too many things. I tend to fall victim to that sometimes. Tried to do too many things this morning, rushed around so much that I didn't even have a chance to go out to my little garden. So that stunk. But I will make sure that I get out there at least a little bit tonight. My poor tomatoes need watering. You have a friend who is a professional baker and used to stream herself at work. Is that right, Flo? That's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. What kind of, like when you say she was a baker, like a baker of all things, or did she specialize in something? All right, so again, I'm not worrying too much if I don't get this exactly right, but it's pretty close. And again, it just gives me a nice base color for everything. I tend to be, I tend to get much more picky as I go on. First layers, I really don't worry about too much. That's me more at night. I try to do everything at night because I'm not a morning person. Is that right? You just get a little overwhelmed. Yeah, that's what I did. I tried to do too many things, cut myself short on time, just to have a hard time balancing everything sometimes. Dessert specifically, one day she was making crusts like 100 pies or something. That's crazy. My friend's dog is cuddling me, so she's cuddling me so hard she's practically under my skin. Aw, that's very sweet, Cupie. What kind of dog is it? So sweet. So sweet. All right, let's pop up here. I'm gonna turn this again, just because it's a little easier for me to get up here when I turn it. A pit mix. Oh, okay. She's on the smaller side. Such a snuggle bug. So cute. So adorable. So adorable. I love snuggling with little animals. Scrappy after Scrappy Doo. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. I love that. I don't know if I've ever actually heard a dog named after Scrappy from Scooby-Doo. That is very cute. My grandma used to have a really big dog, and I don't remember what breed. It was. I think it was a mix too. It was a big, light brown dog, and it was named Cinnamon. And when I would stay overnight at her house, it would come in he would come in and wake me up, or she would come in and wake me up in the morning and jump on the bed. And she was such a huge dog. She was like as big as I was back in those days. So, but it was very, very cute. She's so cute, reddish brown. Her face looks almost like a seal. Aww. That's super sweet. That's super sweet. So we're nearing the weekend. Not for me, but for most of y'all. So I hope that you all have, other than coming in and seeing me tomorrow, if you want to, but I hope that you all have nice, relaxing plans for your weekend. I take different days off. I usually take off in the middle of the week, but I do try a little bit to get a little bit of extra stuff in on my weekends, like the actual weekend days. So maybe a little extra time in my garden, or working on something that I don't get to work on otherwise. You miss getting doggy snuggles? Yeah, Plo, I miss getting my kitty snuggles too. Makes me want a pup so bad. Don't you have a kitty, Cupie? Would a kitty and a pup get along? But she's your best friend and neighbor, so that's a plus. Doggy snuggles next door. That's probably more, good then, that you can get them next door. I know there's people who have cats and dogs. I've never had both at the same time. You do. She hates cats, so I think she would get along better with a dog. Is that right? Your cat hates other cats? That's funny. We lived with a dog for about a year when she was younger. Oh, really? And so she was okay with that when that happened? She didn't mind the dog. That's really funny. It's so bad there's one in the neighborhood that will come and antagonize her and jump at the window, and she freaks out. That's funny. Yeah, we had a cat like that when we lived in Florida that would come and like sit on the window, and they would fight through the glass. My kitty would fight through the glass with the cat. Your dog used to be a huge cuddler. In the mornings before hubby I would get up, he'd jump on us between the bed and snuggle between us. I joked I had a 100-pound lap dog. Aw, that's very sweet, Plo. Yeah, I miss my kitties. I miss my kitties a lot. I was a kitty mom for 20 plus years. I miss my girls. But I have found that I enjoy watching lots of kitty videos on TikTok. That is one thing that I will watch. That's been good. Thor's been gone. Oh, his name was Thor. That's so sweet, Flo. Almost 2 years now, and mornings still suck. Yeah, I understand. Have I considered adopting again? Not right now, Janica. Not right now. I lost 2 of my girls in the last year, so it's just the wound's a little fresh. So maybe someday, but not right now. But the one used to paint with me all the time. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thanks, Jenica. The one used to paint with me all the time. So she would sit on a chair next to me while I painted. So yeah, miss my girls. But they're still here with me, right? He was a rescue. That was the name that he came with, so we kept it. But it was appropriate because he loved watching thunderstorms on the balcony. That's so cute. So cute, Plo. Cat distribution system works wonder. Maybe you'll be maybe you'll be chosen. Yeah. Thanks, Janica. But I still love hearing other people's stories of their kitties and their pups and whatever else. And I have my little groundhogs that still come down and visit me in the backyard. So I got that to keep me somewhat entertained with something that's, you know, a little bit snuggly and a little bit cute. Although I don't touch the groundhogs. He just looks like he'd be snuggly. Anyway. But I like hearing the stories. Do you find that do most artists seem to be cat people or dog people? Does anybody have an opinion on that? I've always tended to think that most artists tended to be cat people, but, you know, Plo had dogs, so maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's not, you know, one overarching thing. It was a 5-year, what does it say? My dog growing up was adopted with the name Magic. Nice. Sometimes they give them the best names. That's pretty cute. Very cute. It was a 7-year-old who named him. Oh, okay. And I couldn't deny them the name. They were adorable, and so it determined his name. That's very cute. More often cat or exotic animals. Is that what you think, QP, for people or for artists? You're a dog person, but I'm probably going to be inheriting a cat. Oh, okay. So you might become a cat person. I'm sure you'd be a lovely cat person as well, Plo. So that is okay. I like cats' independence, I think. I think that's part of it. They just always seem to be, you know, doing their own thing. All my cats had lots of hobbies, so they always had lots of things that they liked to do. I can't believe how fast my green went, because now I really only have, 2 more pumpkin stems. I'm 2 hours in. I love cats' ability to assert boundaries. That's neat, Janica. Yeah, that is very true, too. Very true. I have 2 more pumpkin stems after this one, and I don't need to go in and really make like an extra layer of paint on this. I did it on that one, but I don't think that's necessary. This is just to give me a base. And so just these 2 stems and then these 3 kitty eyes, and then we will move on to orange, and I think I'll be pretty good for today to be able to go ahead on my break then and mix up my cookie color. The only other thing that I said that I don't actually have in here, which I'm going to address tomorrow, is like my shadow colors. So I have these very heavy shadows that are cast, I want to say like, you know, like right around here. And the shadows on my image here, you can see like this pumpkin shadow. This is actually, again, we analyze shadows in here, right? So this is not black because we need to have a very dark color down here where the pumpkin's mouth is. This is actually red. So it's just a very deep red. And so we need to be able to address that. But I think that will be easier to address tomorrow when we actually get into starting to build dimension in the piece. So this one's just, you know, today is just base colors as much as we can everywhere here. So like I said, just a little bit more to go for the green and then the orange. So now I'm walking back to my place. It will take about 30 seconds, and it's the best having your friend as a neighbor. That's really nice, Cupie. I'm really glad for you for that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Is that coincidence, by the way, that you have a best friend there that's a neighbor, as opposed to like, did you become friends after you met them there, or did they move in intentionally because you were there, or vice versa? All right, so pretty good on this. Sorry, I just want to get this little bit in here. I try not to pause for too long. So what does it say? And your partner's brother is your neighbor too. Was Dylan's brother first, then we moved here because of good pricing. Then Dylan's best friend got a girlfriend, and then we became best friends. And they moved here too for the pricing. How about that? That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Well, you're very lucky for that, QP. So that is very, very nice. Very, very nice. I missed a step. I did forget to mention too, just a silly little thing, but last night I watched, we try to watch like a little episode of something before bed. Sometimes we both work very late, and so we want to make sure we do something that calms us down before we go to bed. And the Batman cartoon that is on Amazon Plus, or excuse me, on Amazon, not Amazon Plus, it's Disney Plus. It's on Amazon. The new Batman cartoon series that's based on the one from the 90s is actually really excellent. So if you haven't checked that out, it's like set in an alternate time frame. So it's very old-timey looking, but it's a lot of fun, and it is a lot like the old 90s Batman cartoon. So for anybody who likes Batman, I would highly recommend it. Just a short little thing, like 30 minutes each. But that was fun to watch. I don't get to read comics. My husband still reads comics. I don't get to read comics as much anymore, but I do like to still watch my cartoons. So, hi Elga, welcome in. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you back. We are working on our Halloween painting, Elga. So we are working on this thing with all these cookies that I baked again, and we're just laying in the base colors for it. So tomorrow we'll start to hop into the actual realism and building of dimension and stuff. But today we're just still on base colors. So I hope you're doing well today, Elga. Your phone died. If you responded to my message, I didn't hear. Yes, I think I just said that you were really lucky, Cupie, that you had people that you cared about so close. So that was really nice that your partner's it was your partner's brother is your neighbor too, and it was Dylan's brother's first. Yes, so I just responded that it was really nice. So Thanks very much, Elga. I appreciate it. We're going to aim for something that looks like this, Elga. This is one of my other cookie paintings. So very flat, lots of layers, but we're going to try to get something that looks this real on this. We're just at a very early stage of this, so I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. So this will be fun. It'll be fun to build up all of this dimension in this piece. So I do hope that anybody who hasn't seen me paint before, you know, if it looks a little bit plain right now, I hope that you'll tune back in. So, oh yes, it all worked out so well. So we have great times. That's really nice, Cupie. You are very, very lucky. Very, very lucky for that. Oh, I think I messed that up, actually. So that was one, that's my bad. This is a little tricky because usually it's pretty easy to clean up my mistakes, which again, we try not to call mistakes, right? But the green is a little intense. And so I need to make sure I try to get most of it off. I actually bumped this earlier when I was testing my green right onto one of my ghosts. And so it made my ghost have a little green face. And so what I ended up having to do, and I might need to do it here, is sand it. I had to sand it. It looks very 3D. It's mainly because of the white color. Yeah, it probably does actually, I guess, on the screen look a little 3D. All right, already there, Elga. I appreciate it. We're gonna make it look way more 3D than this. It's gonna be very realistic. And like I said, probably, you know, I tend to stray from the word photorealism from my stuff most of the time, but this one's gonna go more toward photorealism. So, so I hope that everybody will tune back in. But it's hard, you know, like what I just did there is I was trying to go right around this pumpkin shape. I'll just show this pumpkin shape that I had here. And what I actually did was I accidentally painted my cookie area here. So Nikki Emmy, oh, thank you so much. It's so cute. I really appreciate it. We are going to try to get these to be really realistic, Nikki Emmy. We made real cookies the other day, and I decorated them after taking a real cookie decorating course. And we're going to try to get them to look like this. So this is one of my old cookie paintings from earlier this year. And so I made a real butterfly cookie and I painted a copy of it in acrylic. So, and Cupie, I always appreciate you sharing. You can see more of my finished work. Oh, thank you so much, Nikki. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of cookies here. So lots and lots of cookies. Anyway, so yes, thanks very much, Nikki Emmy. Yeah, so we're really going for realism here, but we're just at a very early stage. So we only started this yesterday. We're just laying in base colors, and that's what I got to do before I get up to the next stage. So tomorrow we will hopefully be at a point where I can start adding a bit of dimension to the piece. So, and thank you so much for everybody saying hello to Nikki Emmy for coming in. We're a pretty friendly community here. We try. Your cookies being all the artists in the yard. That's funny. Yeah, so I just have a little bit more to do on my green, and then we are going to start the orange pumpkins. And thanks very much, Nikki Emmy. And then we are going to, we'll try to get the pumpkins done, and then we're also going to try, if I can today, because we're only 2 hours and 12 minutes in, I think we'll have time. We'll try to get the pumpkins and the base on the cookies done too. I mean, the actual cookie color. We're not going to do the shadows. This is like a hard shadow that's here. So we'll do those tomorrow, the hard shadows. But yes, we will get there. It's always a little bit, you know, especially if you've never seen me paint before, it's always a little bit, maybe a little bit perplexing, I guess, when you see something at this stage, because it doesn't look like too much yet. But I promise that it gets better. I promise it gets better. So I am procrastinating if I should keep working on the robot or draw the bookstore, which is going to be, well, what size are they, Plo? Which is going to be a bigger piece. And by the way, I'm glad to hear that you can still, work on stuff, even though you're struggling a little bit today. You could even say cooking artistically. I'm sorry. Cooking artistically. There you go. Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier today. I don't know if anybody, Plo said she'd be interested if we maybe did at least a cookie decorating stream sometime toward the holidays. Maybe a baking stream. I don't know, though, because I'd have to get set up in the kitchen for that. But at least a cookie decorating stream so that you can watch me decorate some of these things for another painting before we start them. I do think that, I said we worked in this order because I didn't want to get too much mucky color in my paint water. It's probably okay for me to use for the orange. I don't actually put the water into my paint, right? I mostly just use it to wash off my brush. And so I think I might be okay. We'll try it on one of them and see, because the orange is pretty intense. I don't think it would really do anything except maybe dull it down just very slightly, but I think it'd be okay. And you would be interested for sure. Okay. I appreciate that, Cupie. So maybe we will try to do that. And then I can share the knowledge from my cookie decorating class for anybody who wants it, so that you too can learn how to make beautiful little royal icing cookies. I like the little kitties with their little faces. I really like the pumpkin because it has like this nice, I'll show it over here, like this nice like indented effect. So that was actually very cool to make. And so I could say very, very quickly for anybody who wants to experiment with it, that the trick to that was I mixed up a dark icing first, and I mixed up all the icings at the same time just so I had them. But I mixed up a dark icing first and then scraped that right across the cookie and then drew into it with a little tool called a scribe tool. Drew the little face into it and let that dry, and then I put the next layer of icing over top of it, the royal icing, so that it would have that nice indented effect. So anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. Neat little trick. All right, one more kitty face, and then we move on to orange. And I said, I photographed these cookies outside in a really bright sunlight. I normally would not do that for my pieces because I typically don't like really hard shadows. Like this piece, this actually has a fairly soft shadow on it. Right, it's dark, but it's still a softer shadow. But because this was all these cookies overlapping and it's such a graphic quality to the cookies, I really wanted them to have hard shadows as well. And the bright sunlight just really, made everything really pop. So I'm hoping that when it comes time for me to get to the stage of developing all that dimension, that I will get to do that. And Plo, I think I missed your message. I'm sorry. So the robot is what you were working on last night. It's 5 inches by 5 inches. The bookstore is, I think, 8 by 8. Why I've started working in squares, I don't know, but I am. That's okay, Flo. I work in squares a lot, or I have in the past. Squares are cool. I almost did this one in a square, but then I didn't want to crop it. So yeah, no, squares are cool. They're really nice for like grouping images together when you work in squares too. I don't know. So I mean, both of those subjects sound really cool, Plo. I know you described a little bit of the diorama yesterday. I don't think you really described, unless I missed it, the robot, what the robot looks like. So I don't know, but I like toys. I will say I painted some toys back in the day. I had some vintage toys that were like my mom's toys, and I painted a few of those. They were cool. Very cool to paint. And I think that they also have a nice nostalgic quality for people. So I guess it depends on what you're going to do with the paintings, Plo. But sometimes like the robot like toys, things like that, you know, other people, you know, kind of connect with them because they may have had something like that, or maybe a family member did. So if it's something that you're, you know, putting out there into the world, or if it's something that's just for you. All right, so that's my green. And then again, just for anybody who hasn't been in here before, I have my paint that I mixed in these little cups. They're just little condiment cups. You get like 50 of them for like, I don't know, $4 or $5. And then they have little lids. So I'm just gonna put a little lid on this. And then at the end of the day today, I will put all of my colors in a Ziploc bag, and they will stay good for me for about a month if I need them for anything else. So I might not need them too much in this painting, a little bit probably, but I will need, or I might need them for a future painting. So like I said, I did photograph just the pumpkins on their own as a little square, actually, Flo. Just the pumpkins, just the ghost, and just the cat. So if I decided to do one or more of those paintings, then I will already have my base colors mixed up for those. It's a Gundam model. Okay, like the robot things from the Japanese show, there's lots of models for them, and I don't know much about them because your husband builds them. Oh, okay. So he asked you to paint it, so it's for him. So then I guess it's whatever you want to do. Do you want to just, you know, do that for him? So that's cool. I mean, I think they're actually both really great subjects for building like perspective and dimension. So, you know, because they're both kind of boxy subjects. So you do you, Plo, whatever you want to do. So, okay, so let's go ahead and switch again. We'll switch to orange, and I'm going to take a slightly wider brush, just a little bit. Just make sure that's soft enough. I was using it this morning for something, so. I try really hard to wash my brushes out adequately, but I don't always do that. That is the bad thing with acrylics, because what happens is this little part of your brush, this is called your ferrule, and when you, and the bristles actually extend it down into this part, if you didn't know how a brush is made. They extend down into this part just a little bit at least, usually like right up here at the top. But if you don't wash your brush adequately well enough at the beginning and things dry out, then it gets crustier and crustier and crustier way up until you have no bristles left. So I've ruined many a brush in my day. So this color is pretty intense, but it was made with my cadmium red and my yellow. I did not even put any white in it. I did put a little touch of my Payne's Gray, which is a dark blue, in it, just to dull it down. And again, this is just a base color to go down for everything. And then I will build up you know, brighter and more substantial colors over top of it. But this will give a nice warm glow like underneath it all. Yep, I always try to remember to wash your brushes afterwards, but sometimes I forget. I know. Sometimes we forget. It's all right. I mean, it stinks, but it's all right. Like I said, some of the, you know, brushes that I use now, like this one, which is my stipply brush. I mean, that's essentially like very worn down and probably one that I forgot to also wash adequately at the end of a painting session. So, you know, it didn't all end up bad. Sometimes it ends up making something new for me. Again, I want to pay attention here so I don't make the same mistake I did with the green earlier, which is I want to go down just to this edge. Oops. Just to this edge so that I leave the cookie border around there. It's weird, I found cheaper brushes that I bought for the card alters that I do, but they turned out to be really good brushes. Is that right? I might go back and get a second set because you use them so much. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat to make that kind of discovery flow. Mine are synthetic Princeton brushes, and they are very good. I found that they're watercolor brushes. They're the only things that I use. I wish they were cheaper, but they are the only things that I use that I find that work for me. But maybe I just need to go with something that is actually cheaper, and that might be better for me because I tend to go through them a lot. What is the brand that you use, Plo? Because yeah, that's a thing that, you know, like when you're like art supplies are very, very expensive, and I'm open. I don't want to change my panels. I like my panels. I paint on the gesso board from Ampersand. I paint on the birchwood from American Easel. And I like my paint, but my brushes I'd actually be open to changing. They think they are a Canadian brand called Montmartre. They also make the cheap acrylics that you used to fill around with. Oh, okay. Hey, Phil, working and lurking. Nice to see you in. Thanks so much for dropping in, Phil. We're just moving right along, Phil, on our base coats. For anybody who doesn't know, please go ahead and follow both Plo and Phil are both really great artists on here. So if you don't follow either of their channels, please be sure to do that. Phil is relatively new to Twitch like I am. Plo has been here for, I don't know, when did you start streaming, Plo? You've been here for a while. Nice to see the piece take shape. Thanks very much, Phil. Magic before our eyes from Kim. He's always so kind and very supportive, which is nice. It's very encouraging to have Phil in my corner. I appreciate it, Phil. You started in 2016, is that right? Wow, 2016. Yes, of course, for the shout out, Phil. We went to support you too. So Phil's really great, honestly. You should go check him out. 2016, Plo, you're old school, man. What was it that motivated you back then? Do you mind if I ask, Plo, to start streaming? Because you would have been one of the first people on here, I would think. I don't know what year people started doing the streams on Twitch, right? Especially artists, traditional artists. You started as a gaming streamer. Oh, okay. Oh, I think you did mention that to me once. I'm sorry. Took a break and came back to art a couple of years ago. But still, when did Twitch start? Because 2016, that feels like you were still in the very early days of this, right? So I don't know if you can see, but as I'm putting this on, it's still pretty translucent. And so I can see my pencil marks under here. And so that's what I want. I want to be able to see just enough so that I can come back in, like I said, starting tomorrow with lots of layers to start putting the details in. I started before affiliates were a thing. I remember getting into the affiliate program when it was an email thing, not in a dashboard. Is that right? Back in the days of PewDiePie. Oh, gosh, I haven't heard that name in so long, Phil. I forgot all about that. Twitch started in 2011. Is it really that old, Flo? I didn't realize that. See, I'm very uneducated about this kind of thing. Working games since 97 and not aware, in a cave, clearly. Right? How about that, Phil? I didn't know. What games did you play, Flo, when you were on here? Way back when? Well, I feel better having one pumpkin mostly done, because that makes me feel like I'm semi going in the right direction with things. So I just got to keep going. And I realize again, this looks kind of weird right now, but I promise it gets better. Janica, are we talking about how old we are? I'm not going to talk about that. Although I think that it could be kind of assumed from things that I say. But no, we don't have to talk about how old we are. Unless you want to. I say that there's no, I have no regrets, right? Can't have regrets about anything. So I am who I am because of how old I am. So I can't be afraid of that or ashamed of that. I played a lot of narrative games like the Far Cry series, Assassin's Creed, Dying Light, a few MMOs like Guild Wars 2 and Lord of the Rings. Wow, you played a lot of different things, Flo. That's cool. Yeah, I realize that there's some artists on Twitch here who also stream games as part of their thing. I don't think I'm going to do that. I could play some, but I think it's kind of embarrassing. So I'll just stick to my painting. Then y'all will keep respecting me as opposed to me playing video games in front of you, in which case I think that would not be the case. So you also streamed 5 days a week for 6 to 8 hour days. Wow. Wow. Lego's talking about Phil. This artist is very, very old. No. We are who we are, right? We are who we are. Can't be. I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be. I like how my mind works now, I guess. I wouldn't want to be any other age than what I am right now. So then you got into Grand Theft Auto role-playing and admin on a server. Wow, that burnt you out. Interesting. So what does that mean, that you admin on the server? For somebody like me that I don't really quite understand. Don't knock it until you try it. I don't know. I don't know, Janica. Maybe for a holiday thing, or I don't know, something. some special day that we would designate for that. But again, that would require a whole other setup, so I'm not sure. The journey makes you the person you are. Hindsight would be great in advance. So that is true, Phil. That is very true. Would make some of the journey a little bit easier, but you know, that's all right. But I say that, you know, like for the artist too in me, that if I had started painting when I came out of art school, instead of taking like 10 years off and coming back and teaching myself again to paint things that I didn't learn in school, I'd be a totally different artist and a totally different person. And so I like what I paint now, and I might never have come to that conclusion if I didn't have the life experiences that I did. You basically dealt with all the complaints and issues on the servers, handed out bans. Oh my goodness, that sounds stressful, Plo. Spoiler alert, there was a good chunk that acted like children. Yeah, I would imagine that. Yeah, that does not sound fun, I must say. I understand why that would burn you out. So while I'm doing this this lovely little Halloween piece here, just as a reminder, I do have a little print club on my website, and this is my Halloween painting from last year, and you can get that if you join my print club. So it's very affordable, and these are really nice prints, and they are made to last 100 years. And they are signed, and the title is on the back of the piece. So they're really, really nice, and they're very, very affordable. And I did that in part because I really wanted to follow the mentality of Keith Haring that says art is for everybody, and I totally believe that. And so I wanted to make it accessible. So if you follow me, or if you follow over to my website, you can check that out, and I hope that you will enjoy that as well. It's a nice, fun thing for me to do. I write a little letter and include that. And then for this month, I'm going to include a little Halloween surprise in there with that. So that will be nice. Really? Flo? Aw, yeah, that's not cool. That sucks all the fun out of things. That sounds terrible. I think that, you know, certain points in time, certain jobs kind of expose you to what I would call the worst of humanity, and that will burn you out from people right quick. So dealing with that stinks, I'm sure. I am sitting here, and I said, you know, I didn't put vanilla in these cookies when I baked them. And I baked them with banana, so I don't know how long they were really supposed to sit out, but dang, they smell good. They still smell good. Like just this giant pile of cookies that just wafts over in this direction. It's still sugar, and it smells good. I think being an admin burnt me out worse than when I worked on collections for student loans, and that's saying a lot. Yeah, that would be hard too, Plo. That would be hard. It's you know, it's just not fun when you know, for most people, I think it's not fun when you are exposed to people kind of, in their worst, most stressed out moments. And I think those jobs, that's what that would happen to be. Kids in games from Phil. That's funny. Can't remember the last time I played a game where I turned the voice speaker on. It's always fun to troll game-wise. I haven't played a game in a while. Yeah, I understand. Like I said, my husband plays video games sometimes. He does not play anymore with like a mic, with a headset. But there were some unique souls that were playing then against him. And so it's just it's a tense and stressful thing, I know, to be around. Ignore the trolls, don't feed them, give them time or oxygen. Yeah, right. Art is for everyone is something my music teacher once told me shortly after he said that maybe I should think about something else. Let me process that for a minute. Something my music teacher once told me. You mean like he just tried to discourage you from the music? Is that what you mean by that, Elga? Kitty, that's a cute word, Phil. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what you meant by that, Elga, but that's terrible if that's really what he said. Yeah, I feel like I wanted to, right? That's what it sounds like she meant by that, Phil, I think. Sounds like my guitar teacher, I practiced my butt off and he was like, you probably shouldn't waste any more money. Is that right, Plow? Aww. Boy, man. People are... No wonder we all want to go live in the middle of nowhere with just a little garden, right? Because you see people talk about that. Hi, Mound. Yes, spooky cookies. Well, like cutesy spooky cookies. So we baked real cookies, Mound. I have a whole tray of them right here. And yeah, baked real cookies. Boy, this tray weighs a lot too. There are a lot of cookies on this tray, I must say. And so then I photographed them outside and we're gonna try to make this look realistic, Mound. So thank you for that. Was a polite way of saying you had no talent in music? You know what, Elga, that's like what I say in here often about like some teachers in the arts, and I say, that I didn't make art for like 10 years after graduating from college, and that I had to essentially decide. I could see that I wasn't, as good as I wanted to be. I wasn't very good at all. I didn't learn enough when I was in school, and so I had to teach myself. But there was a lot of discouragement that came from educators, and I have a hard time with that. So I always tell people in here, that I want anybody who ever was made to feel that way to know, that that's just not true. It's not true for anything, and I certainly don't believe it's true for music either. So I am very, very sorry, Elga, that you had to go through that. Yeah, it's not polite. I agree with Janica. That is not polite. That's not polite at all, and it's very, very untrue. Very, very untrue. So I don't like any kind of bullying, and I certainly don't like it when it discourages artists or musicians or any kind of creative person from pursuing, whether professionally again or just as a love, any kind of creative field. So I'm very sorry that happened to you, Elga. But like I said, I had to just, I just decided that one day after working for years at that art magazine, that I really wanted to be, at a different level. And so, and I didn't want to, listen to those voices in my head anymore that told me I couldn't do it. that kind of, spawned from those college years that made me feel it made me feel inferior, and it made me feel like I didn't have any potential. And so I just had to fight through it, and I did. I fought through it a lot. So joke's on him. I have talent. It's a good thing I didn't listen and continued playing for fun anyway, and I didn't pay for it anymore. Well, good for you, Elga. I am so glad. And that's very much like me, right? Because we just taught ourselves, just kept doing it. Just kept doing it. So I'm glad. I am glad that you were not deterred. You just didn't take any more lessons from that person. So, but it's crazy, right? It's crazy how people feel like they have the right to say anything like that to anyone. I just don't think that's right. I don't think it's right or fair. So, yes. I should carry on playing music and pursue other destination for your money. Yeah, right, Janica. So yeah. So what do you play, Elga? What instruments do you play? I should make time to play piano more. I do miss it. Like I said, my old piano is right over here in the room, and I just don't do it anymore. But I was never, I did take lessons, but I was never particularly, I was good enough to do some performances, but I didn't do like classical music, and that was always a regret that I didn't get to study classical music as much as I wanted to. So. Sometimes, though, I think doing something out of spite is powerful. Like, you told me I can't do that. Okay, I'll not only do it, but be awesome at it. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Plo. Yes. I think for a lot of us in here, right, there was a certain point when somebody told us something that we couldn't do. And I think that a lot of us in here, apparently, just said nope. Now maybe it took us longer, like it took me a long time to get there and figure those things out. But Kiwi's here. Hi. You're lurking, but you made it. Thank you so much, Kiwi. It's so nice to see you in here today. When do you leave for school? You said that you were packing, right? How am I doing on time? 2:45. Okay. So what I'll probably do is I'm going to do as many pumpkins as I can until the break, because I usually take my break around the 3-hour mark. And then when I come back, I'll finish out the pumpkins. But on my break, I will mix up the color for my cookie background so that I can try to do that too on the stream today. Yes, I play some piano, Janica. Not great, but some piano. That's so cool. I had lessons as a kid, but your main instrument is the saxophone. I also play the bass for fun. Wow, that's pretty cool. I did take like a very brief training in the saxophone when I was in elementary school. I thought I was going to really like it, and I didn't. So I didn't stick with it beyond that 1 year. And but the bass, that's pretty cool. I did take a little bit of guitar when I was really young too, but piano's the only thing that I'm actually like that I can pick up now and sort of play. But again, not as much as I would like to. Sometimes I get on a roll and I come back to it, but yeah, I have, for anybody who doesn't know, I have the piano I have over here is the same one that was in my grandma's basement when I was growing up, and it's 150 years old. It's a big upright. So it's a beautiful piano. I think it's a beautiful piano. But anyway, yeah, just a big upright. So not totally in tune. Even if I get it tuned, it doesn't really untune, or it doesn't really tune perfectly though. I mean, my high school teacher told me the artists don't, yeah, right. I remember you saying that. And 34 year discovered, yes, they do, right? Plo, you're like right in line with like my time frame, right? that you went, and because I started painting again when I was like 35. So yeah, so we had long breaks before we figured out that the things that people told us weren't actually true, and we could learn certain things on our own. You're currently unpacking. Oh, so you got to school already, Kiwi. Is that right? What were you saying is gorgeous, Danica? Did I miss it? I think I missed what you were referring to. Elga, I have acoustic and electric guitar, piano, violin, recorder drums, tribal style MIDI drums, and a harp. The piano was your first instrument. Wow, Elga. Holy moly. That's crazy. I am so glad to know that you ignored whoever that music teacher was and pursued all of that. The piano was your first, but all of those others, that's super impressive. That's crazy. Violin that's just nuts on top of everything else. And the harp. A harp? Like, I don't think I've ever actually met anyone who played the harp before. So that's pretty amazing, Elga. Oh, it's move-in day for you, Kiwi. Okay, very cool. Oh, the 150-year-old piano? Yeah, I like it, Janica. Yeah, I can't really get in tune. Most of it's okay. The upper notes are a little bit wonky. There's a few that are, not quite right. And, it's a little scratched up, but for the most part, it's just it's like a dark mahogany color. It has this nice kind of scrolling, very simple, like kind of minimalist front. It's not like very super ornate, which I like. So yeah, I like it. I like it. I don't know if it's mahogany or walnut. I'm not sure. It's very dark. It's a very dark looking piano. So Elga, did you learn all of those other instruments on your own then? You said the piano was your first. I don't know at what point your teacher insulted you, but I'm interested to know when you came back to it and when you learned to play all of those other instruments, because that's just crazy. You play in a wind orchestra, and we have a century-old piano in the institution. We had a specialist come to tune it. He said he can't really get it back in tune now. Yeah, okay, well that makes me feel better, because I did try to get it professionally tuned a couple of times, and it only goes so far. I'd have to get it restrung, I think, if I was really gonna, which that's crazy, outside of my budget. But if I was really gonna get it tuned correctly, that's what I would have to do. It so happened that your circle was made up of musicians, and most of them had old instruments they were going to replace with newer ones, but it was a shame to throw them away. That is so cool, Elga. I love that. I love that. So then how did you teach yourself, if you don't mind me asking? Things like the harp and the violin, I mean, I just think that's, again, if you really learned how to to teach yourself to do that, that's pretty freaking amazing. So that's very, very cool. That's a lottery investment when you came back from the luxury holidays. Yeah, right. So right now, I would say this looks more like a greeting card, you know, like a little flat illustrated thing. And so what I really want to do is just, you know, finish up getting these layers on today. But I promise you that this is going to pop starting tomorrow. I promise. I just played something and it sounded, then your fingers got used to it. And I was, and the thought came to me, oh, what if I did it like this? It's really neat, Elga. That is a really, really neat. Well, you must be, I don't even know what the proper phrase would be, but just so much more gifted than your teacher ever would have believed, right? So that's amazing. And I'm so glad to have you share that with us, because I think that should be encouraging again for anybody who's ever been told directly or made to feel that you will never be good at something, because you just have to keep doing it and find a way to teach yourself. So I said before, when I came back and I wanted to learn to paint, I just decided that I was going to do a bunch of research, and so I built a library of books. I watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I practiced. And then if I couldn't figure something out, I would research it. Until I could figure it out. And that was a far more effective learning process for me than a lot of my formal education was. So you just got to do it. Yes, don't listen to some professionals out there who say you don't have talent or something. See, Elga's telling you, right? And I'm telling you. So yes, don't listen. And I, again, if somebody's telling you that, they're not very good at their job. So, because I believe that everybody has the ability to make art, to make music. All it takes is persistence to figure out some things and see things in a different perspective. So you got Elga and me telling you, whatever creativity you want to pursue, that you could definitely do it. And Plo too. Plo had similar experiences, I know. So I think a lot of people did. Had similar experiences where they were told that or again just made to feel, or maybe just not even that you just came out of some educational experiences feeling yourself, which I guess is probably more so what I would say for me, just feeling myself like I didn't get that much out of this, I didn't get any better, so that must be my fault. It wasn't my fault. I didn't get the training that I needed. And so, so I had to figure it out for myself, but I just had a long break in between. And I'm telling you, ma'am, we're getting close to the 3-hour mark. Thank you, Janica. I appreciate that. All right, let me finish up this one pumpkin, Janica, and then I will take a break. I appreciate Janica reminding me, because I don't always take my breaks. So yes, I will take my break, and I will, as I said, try to mix up my cookie color on the break, so that I can come back and we can finish up laying out the base color for both of the pumpkins and the cookies, and then we'll be in good shape for tomorrow. So thank you, Jenica. There's a great book, The Dichotomy of Leadership, by a former SEAL. Basically, as a leader, failure by team members is on your teachers telling you you're no good and won't be failing on their part. Is that right, Phil? That sounds really interesting. That sounds really interesting, and interesting that it's, I don't know, across I guess, fields outside of art as well. So that's interesting. Yeah. I don't know if it's, I would be interested in that. It's peculiar with time. You're very concerned, Jenica. I understand. I appreciate it. I appreciate the concern to make sure that I take my break. So I promise I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So for anybody who's just popping in, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes or so, and I will come back and we will finish laying out the rest of the orange, and I will mix up the cookie piece and or the cookie color, and we'll lay that out. And then once we have all those base colors down, tomorrow we will start building dimensions. So I hope that everybody will pop back in tomorrow as we start to do that. Elga, I feel a little sorry when I think about how much music, books, pictures, or books we will have never seen or will never be able to see because, yep. Do you know, Elga, I had almost that exact thought the other day. I did. And I think some of the things that I express in here are very close to that sentiment, but I really had that almost that exact thought verbatim there. How much have we missed out on because people were discouraged? And that's really sad to me. That's really, really sad. So we are always, I might not always do it right, but we're always going to try to be very positive and encouraging in here. And we're going to share our stories like this for Elga, for me, for Plo, for anybody else who's ever been told that you can't get better or been made to feel that you can't get better at a skill that you really enjoy. I always thought that I wanted to be an artist. I came out of art school as a fairly lousy artist, and now I can paint things like this. And so that's what we're going to do to this one. It's just going to take us a little while to get there. But this is a nice example of just persistence, of teaching myself through a lot of study and practice on my own, not in a formal setting, how to make beautiful things that I wanted to make. So I've never felt more confident with your art since you found Twitch communities. Is that right, Phil? I'm so glad. Because, again, anybody who has just popped in, if you don't follow Phil's channel, please go follow Phil as well. He is new to Twitch just like me. And he is a very, very gifted artist, and he has so much experience, and he's going to start doing some new things in his stream as well. I know you mentioned, Phil, because you were going to start some of your sculpture in there too, right? So that's going to be really cool, but a really amazing artist. So please follow Phil. All right, so 3 o'clock, and I am going to go take a break, and I will be back in a few minutes. And I hope everybody will stick around. So I'll see you soon, okay? Okay, everybody, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. And Phil, I don't know if you're still in here, but yes, of course, Phil again is a tremendous artist. So I do hope that you go and follow him. And he said, you know, he's doing digital work right now, but he might also start some clay. So that would be really, really cool on Phil's channel. Okay, so I went ahead on my break and I mixed up this little color. This is going to be my cookie color. So I tested it right here. Just as an initial base coat. Hopefully it's okay. I did it a little bit quick, but I think it should be okay as a base coat. And then again, I'm gonna go in and just finish up my pumpkins now with one coat. We'll do the cookies, and then tomorrow we will start to add shadows and start to build up some dimension to the piece. So for right now, I am just gonna go, yeah, you're still, okay, you're still here, and I'm not too kind, Phil. That is all very, very true. That you are a tremendous artist, and I really enjoyed popping in on your streams to watch. So yes, so please check out Phil's channel, and thank you very much, Flo. I appreciate it, and I am just gonna try to finish up the orange as efficiently as I can, because all that stuff that I said this morning, Flo, I was trying to get done, I still have to get it all done. So I'm gonna have to do it tonight and tomorrow. So I always have I never have enough time to do my whole to-do list, right? It's just not enough time. And it wouldn't matter, I guess, how much time I had. I would just add more things to the to-do list. So I think I'd perpetually never have enough time to finish everything. But I do have certain tasks that I need to finish tonight. And I didn't even get to go to my garden this morning because I was so busy trying to do stuff. So we're going to be efficient, try to get as much done here as we can. And then I'll give myself maybe 15 minutes in my garden and then continue on my way for the night. So just lots of stuff. Sometimes it's just stuff that, you know, just builds up. Where I keep thinking like I'll have a day where I can just do XYZ. I don't know if y'all feel like that ever. I'll have a full day where I can do XYZ, and then I just inevitably have something else that I have to do, or many other things that I have to do, and I never get XYZ done. So that's kind of what we did on Monday in here, right? Because I was trying to finish up all those little paintings. And so I at least did finish several of them. Maybe not quite as many as I liked, but as I would have liked to, but still good, still good. So I'm gonna go ahead and just trim this out a little bit here. And again, some of this is gonna look a little bit homemade, right? So it has like some little imperfect edges for the pumpkins compared to if, you know, I was a little better of a cookie decorator, but I think they still look pretty good, and I'm going to keep it that way because I think it'll make the painting look better. I feel like I need a nap despite waking up at 11. Is that right, Flo? I have days like that. I do. I have days like that, so I feel you. It's really actually pretty amazing how much we accomplish nowadays. We put very high standards. If you're like, I mean, I think a lot of us do, right? We put very high standards on ourselves for how much we accomplish in a given day. Kind of to unrealistic standards sometimes, but so many things, it's got to be done. I wonder what the gingerbread house would look like painted by Kim. Which gingerbread house? I wonder what the gingerbread house would look like painted by Kim. I would like to paint another gingerbread house, Phil, for the holidays. I definitely would. So I think that we're going to try to do that. Oh, and Hansel and Gretel. Oh, did I miss that? Was that something earlier in the conversation? in Hansel and Gretel. That would be cool. But paint it as if it's real. That would be cool. I like that idea, Phil. I had actually considered that for some of my my cookie paintings about doing, you know, like fairy tales and things. So, sorry, no, I appreciate it. So I think Flo says, so I think I'm still feeling off from that. Yeah, I understand that, Flo. I understand. But I feel you. I understand. Yes, I actually had considered that at one point, Phil. So that might be something that I can tackle sometime, because you know, with all these things, I like the idea of bringing them to life. And I said, you know, your head is in fantasy art ideas. Hey, that's cool. I like that though, because, you know, like I said, see, like your stuff, and I don't know how detailed you get, Phil, because I saw you brought in, you know, on like one of your pieces that I saw you working on, you showed like the initial sketch that you had. But are you creating most of that from like your head? Like, I mean, I assume you are, right? Because that's just something I've talked in here that I'm not capable of doing. I can't just paint from my head. I have to have my reference, and I have to build a real life model to get it. So, yeah. So I'm very curious, Phil, if that is what you do if you're just creating that based off of your sketch, and then you're creating suddenly a very detailed, like dragon, for example, and not looking at anything when you do that, because that is such a gift to be able to do that, and certainly not what I could do. But for the Hansel and Gretel thing, I do like that idea of trying to build a real life house, and seeing, you know, if I could replicate it so that it looked totally real. Yeah. Be very, very cool. Very, very cool. I really liked painting the other gingerbread houses that I did. And I actually have a bunch of kind of sketched out ideas for other ones that I would like to try. It's different than the sugar cookie ones. And I don't know why I did this, but I have this guide that's like, that I only make things that are supposed to be like organic type things, like kitty cats using sugar cookies, where I make buildings and things out of gingerbread. So I kind of separate them in my mind. Just out of your head, but kind of breaking down, get an anchor point you're happy with, and break out. Have an idea, but not an image off the top of your head, winging it, but borrowing from lots of inspirations. But you're borrowing from lots of inspirations, but you're pulling it from your head. That's amazing to me. That's because I just can't. I have to look at something. And so like I said, if I have to look at something, then if I want to create something from my imagination, I have to build it first in real life, and then, you know, either refer to that or photograph it and refer to the photograph. So when you can do that, and I figured that's what you were doing, Phil, because of your background in game design, to be able to do that is pretty dang amazing. That's pretty dang amazing. So again, if you don't follow Phil, please go follow Phil. Go follow Phil, because that is pretty amazing. Yeah, Phil's one of those artists that's wildlife illustration helps you as well. Is that right? That's interesting. I think you mentioned something about the wildlife illustration, but I didn't really put the two together as being something that would have influenced you. But that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But Phil is one of those artists in here that's very, very humble to a fault. Very humble about his ability, and so I do hope that you will check out Phil's channel, definitely. Kiwi says we love Phil here. So You already hit follow earlier. Oh, is that right, Kiwi? What I did before games. Yes, right. So you did the wildlife illustration before games. Did you do that like just as training, or did you do that professionally, Phil? I don't remember. You may have told me before, but I'm not sure. But I do think that's very, very cool. And Kiwi's a fan, so... Yeah, that's a whole different skill set, what Phil does. That's a whole different skill set. Bit of both, but games got your foot in the door proper first. That's right. Okay. Yeah. It's an entirely different and incredibly impressive skill set, like I said, to be able to draw or paint from your imagination. Alex the man, hi. How are you? Thank you so much for popping in. So Alex, we are painting cookies, cookies that we baked in real life. I have this pile of cookies over here, and then I photographed them, and we're gonna aim, thank you so much. We're gonna aim for something really good, really high realism, like this one. So we start out like this. This is just base colors, and we're gonna try to get it up to this over the next few sessions, I hope. So we'll get it there. And Alex, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that very much. Very, very much. So yes, we're gonna work on this today, tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start to build some dimension. Today we're just laying out base colors. And then on, tomorrow we'll start to add like some shadows and things, and we'll probably still come back to this on Monday, unless I don't know if it's more interesting. Are you ready for Halloween? I'm getting there. I'm early. I'm trying. I gotta paint. If I want to make a painting for Halloween, I gotta start super early, right? so I gotta start at this time of year, and that will make sure that I have enough time to, finish the painting and turn it into a print and whatever else I'm gonna do with it, frame it or whatever, or ship it out. So yes, I am trying. I don't really have any decorations or anything up, though, if that's what you're asking yet. So I don't do that until later in the year. Silly question, are you dressing up for it? So I have considered wearing something on the stream. So we'll have to see. I'm not going to promise, but we'll have to see. Do you have a costume that you are going to wear, Alex? Yes, my husband thinks I should dress up as something, but I have not considered it. You're going as yourself. Okay. I like that. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, we're gonna see if I can see I missed this little pumpkin nose here, but that's okay. We're gonna see if I just work straight on through this painting. I'm not totally sure. Or if I come in and rotate it out with another one, because sometimes, like I said before, sometimes it's just simply good for me to have a fresh perspective. That sometimes means that I have to let something sit. You do, but as a backup plan, you do have a costume, okay? So what is your backup costume, Alex? Dare I ask? We're gonna have to see. I do have like a couple, like I said, other Halloween-y ones that I did with different arrangements of these cookies, where I just did the pumpkins, just did the cats, or just did the ghosts. And I also have, do you know horror movies? We were talking about horror movies earlier in the stream today, so I have a vague familiarity with them. I don't love them all. I don't do well with horror films for the most part, but some things I'm okay with. But we're gonna see if maybe I would rotate in a smaller one of those, which I might do just as an 8x8 or 12x12. And if not, I have a few other little projects that I wanted to complete as well this month. So we're gonna be ambitious, try to complete as many. Oh, the villain in the Scream movies. Okay, yes, I did see the Scream movies. I'm showing my age, but I saw them in the theater. I saw the first one in the theater. So, yes, I believe I did anyway. I think I did. We saw a lot of movies back in those days, so in the theater. Salem's Lot, scariest film you ever saw. That's a Stephen King book, right? I don't think I ever saw that, Phil. Again, I don't know if I could though, because is that the one with oh no, that's Pet Sematary. Is Salem's Lot also that? I'm not sure. Is that also Stephen King? The end is in sight. Finally. The end of what, Kiwi? Oh, with your suitcases. 2 more suitcases to go. I'm sorry, I missed your earlier comment. 2 more suitcases to go. And then what happens, Kiwi? Once you're done unpacking. Is that Mickey Mouse? You love him. Yes. So I used to work, or I used to live in Florida, in Central Florida. Alex and my husband worked at Disney for like 20-ish years. And I worked there during college and for a little bit afterwards in various roles. So I used to, I did some attractions when I was in college, and then afterwards I worked as a caricature artist and a silhouette artist in the parks. But Disney was always kind of part of our lives for a long time. So I always, sometimes in here, when the mood strikes me, I tell one of my Disney stories of all of our very odd experiences living in Central Florida. But yeah, living in that area was definitely unique. So it is Stephen King, David Soul version with James Mason. Yeah, I've never seen it. I've seen a few Stephen King, movies. I've never read any of the books. Do you still have the same job, or is it different now? Well, this is my job now. So I paint. So I don't live in Central Florida anymore. And yes, so I only did that when I was very, very young. And then I did some other jobs as I got older. And I've been a painter for about 10 years. I say like 12 years, but something like that. Watch it on your own late at night, dare you? Okay. I would have to watch that with my husband, and he would have to do it with the patience that he knows that I don't handle horror films very well. So we'll have to see. Then I get food and sleep for 24 hours or stream. Who knows? Okay, Kiwi. Well, if you're going to stream, we want to know. Unless you don't want us to know because you wanted to test it out. So I know that Kiwi has wanted to start painting in oils, and she was going to try to start streaming while she's away at school. So I thought that was really, really cool. But again, you can experiment without us. You don't have to. Have you seen It? So no, I've never seen It, Alex. Even the old TV one, which was on, it was still too scary for me all those years ago. I was quite young then, though. But no, I have not ventured into seeing it. Like I said, some horror stuff I can tolerate, and a lot of it I can't. So no, it looks like it's well done though. I'll give it that. It looks very well done. So again, if you like horror films, it's probably great. There's 2 parts, right? But yeah, I haven't seen that. Your curtains will never be open at night again, or your windows. I couldn't do it, Phil. I don't think. You've already talked me out of it. So nope. Sorry. I'm debating what time, but I want to do a longer stream tomorrow for sure. Is that right, Kiwi? I want to know. I can't do horror because it triggers memories. Yeah, I can't do horror for, various reasons, Kiwi. So yeah, we don't want. So what horror movies have you seen? So I said, like in terms of like television, I like things like The Walking Dead, and things like I watched, I said, a show from a couple years ago called From, which was a little creepy. And so anything that has like supernatural type horror, I'm semi okay with, Alex. I'm not cool with serial killers for the most part. And so, like in terms of movies, like I said earlier, like I like the Alien movies, the first two, and then the most recent ones. And I'd have to think about it, but like I said, I tried to watch, even some Hitchcock things bother me. I like old movies, so I like old horror films, like the original horror films from like the 40s, 50s, and 60s, so I can handle those. Aliens is a top 10 movie for you for sure. Is that right, Plo? Do you have Instakim? I do. It's linked in me, or it's linked on my thing, Kiwi, linked in my profile. So watch it as a stream. You want me to watch horror films as a stream, Phil? I don't think so, man. Sorry. I don't think I could do it. So yeah, I don't think I could do it. But I'm going to appreciate the suggestion. How's that? But no, it would haunt me. I can't have it stick with me, And some things, like I said, some of those things that I saw years ago, they still stick with me. But I like things that were, like I said, I used to watch that Sci-Fi Saturday that was hosted by Svengoolie, and I liked the old horror films that he would show on there. So. The Thing is a good time. Also, An American Werewolf in London. Is that right? Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one actually either. Oh, thank you very much, Kiwi. I appreciate it. Yes, I appreciate it. And we do want to know, I'm going to be on here tomorrow again in the afternoon, Kiwi, but if you start streaming or, whatever, like just let us know. Or if you message me in the morning on Instagram so that I can tune in earlier, depending on what time you try to do it, just so I don't miss you. And because I definitely want to see, at least a little bit of the first time that you stream. Or come back to streaming. I think you used to stream, right? Didn't you say you used to stream? Okay, good. Thanks very much, Kiwi. I appreciate that. Yeah, of course. We want to see. Are you decided then that you're going to experiment with the oils, or oh no, you are a noob. Oh, okay. I thought you used to stream and then you were coming back to it. So yeah, I wasn't clear on that. But anyway, are you deciding if you're still going to start streaming oils, or are you just going to do like something that's just something else that you do? Probably oils, but we'll see, since today has been crazy. Yeah, I understand that. Well, we definitely want to support Kiwi, right? Everybody wants to support Kiwi. So please, if you haven't followed, Kiwi's going to try streaming for the first time tomorrow. So please go follow Kiwi's channel, and so that you can tune in, and hopefully we will see her start to stream tomorrow. The graphite will be the other option. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Well, I hope that everything goes well for you. So I hope technically everything comes together for you, and that you're able to, get everything up and running to your liking. But I am quite sure that you will have a good deal of support. You're the same as Kiwi too. Is that right, Alex? You're going to start streaming, or you're just new to streaming? I've been here for like 2 months. So I still consider myself very much a noob. But I have a lot of help, a lot of very kind people in here. My husband helps me with everything, you know, to set everything up, and then a lot of people in here with a lot of patience for me. So, but Alex, if you have a channel too, then, you know, certainly we can pop over to your link and everybody can check out Alex's work. What kind of work do you do, Alex? You think you started back in 2020, you think? Oh, okay. So you did stream back in 2020 and then you're coming back to it now? Is that what you're saying, Alex? Oh, yeah, no, of course, Kiwi. That's what we're here for, right? We're a community. We want to lift each other up. So yes, I want everybody to tune in. So is that what you mean, Alex, that you started streaming back in 2020 and now you're coming back to it, or you just have been streaming all this time? I started there and you kept it going. Oh, okay, wow. So you've been on here for a very long time. And what do you do on your streams, Alex? There will be an if I can, okay. If can, if okay. Yes. I understand, Phil. Every time, you know, some of the times when I'm late on here, it's, you know, like I said, we're picky. My husband is picky because, you know, he's got a good eye for things. He wants the stream to look good. And, but sometimes it's just technical issues. Sometimes it's just the computer doesn't go, or it's the worst is like it needs an update or it crashes or something. And so that makes it hard. Oh, you're playing the new Resident Evil Requiem. That's cool. So anybody interested in that, go ahead and check out Alex's channel. Is it a good game? Because like I said, my husband is more of a gamer than I am, Alex, but he played a lot of the Resident Evil games back in the day, so I watched him play a lot of them. So you asked me about horror things. I don't know, I guess you consider that me watching horror things if I watched him play the Resident Evil games. So I did. I watched him play a lot of them. I believe, is it Resident Evil 4, I think was the really good one that he really, really liked. So I remember watching all of those. Definitely it's your second playthrough though. Okay, very cool. So now you're like getting to be an expert in it. So I understand that. But that's very cool. So yeah, anybody who's interested in that can check out Alex's channel as well. So that's very, very cool, Alex. What were you playing before the Resident Evil Requiem? What was the most recent thing that you were playing? Sometimes I mention on here, you know, because my husband was a gamer, I have at least a broad knowledge of a lot of gaming history and stuff. No, I don't have a Discord. Thank you though, Alex. Yeah, it's one of my limitations. I've had to like cut out what I do so that I'm only doing certain things, and yeah, so I've not gotten a Discord. But my husband, you know, he was interested in games for most of his life, and so I learned a lot about the games. But we used to watch a lot of, you know, video game review shows back in the day when there were so many games coming out. Oh, you were playing Skyrim. Okay, very cool. So many games coming out, and so I remember lots of the old games. Very old. Like I said, Resident Evil 4, that's from a little bit later than when we started watching those shows, but I believe he played the ones before that too, at least a couple of them. All right, let me take a look. Let's see how we're doing here. We got our pumpkins down. I think this needs a little bit of sanding. So I've got a little bit of a blob. I said that, you know, before in here, that sometimes I have to use sandpaper. Wondering if he played any of the games you worked on. Oh, that's right. That's a good question. So what were the games that you worked on, Phil? Alex, Phil, you should follow Phil's channel. Phil used to be a game designer, and so he is an amazing artist. And so there's a good question. Have you ever played any of the games that Phil worked on? So Phil, you're going to have to give us a resume here. I'm just going to take a little bit of sandpaper with a little bit of water on it, and I'm just going to sand this down just a little bit because I can see it's a little bit thick right there. And I just must have blobbed that on, and I just don't want it to be that way. So I want these to be nice, thin layers of paint overlapping each other. Yes, I know, right? It depends on what he's done. So let's, Phil, I'm giving you a drum roll and see what games you want. Whatever you want to share. If you don't want to share, that's okay too. But whatever you feel comfortable sharing, Phil. All right, so I think that, let me just check, cursory glance. Let's flip your image right side up, Kim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10 sections that are orange, so that is all correct. So now I'm gonna switch from my orange color. I might come back to it and add another coat later, but I think for right now, I'm just gonna switch to my cookie color. And we're gonna go ahead in here and just try to add my cookie backgrounds. And then again, tomorrow, we're going to start to add our shadows and really start to build up some dimension in this piece. So let's just go ahead in here. If I need to add a little bit more to darken this, I think this is going to be fine though. This is kind of just like a grayish warm tone. I used my warm palette to make the color, and so it's just mostly white with some yellow, some cadmium red, and some Payne's gray, which is a dark blue. If I put this down over all of my cookie area, then when I go in to build up the dimension, it will give me a nice warm base for that. And I will be able to really make convincing shape. For anybody who's just popping in, we are painting cookies that I made in real life and then photographed, and we're aiming to get them to look something like this. So this is one of my finished cookie paintings. This one's 6 inches. This painting here is 12 by 16. And we are just at an early stage, so we're just laying in some base colors right now to try to get it, try to get something down in all of these areas so that I can then come in and build up the shapes. And so what I do typically, if you have not seen my stuff before, I typically start with a very warm base, which is made up of these colors on my palette. That's a Payne's gray, a cadmium red, and a yellow. And then I switch to a cooler set of colors as I build up the layers. Phil, my goodness, PC pinball games, couple of the roll cage games, Lego Racers, Ducati Racing, Colin McRae, Rally Pursuit, Force Games, MotorStorm on PSP, Warhammer 40,000, Freeblade, and Battle Sister Gunfinger, and Drop Dead Zombie Games, Star Truckers, Guitar Hero Live, worked on original concept and pitch for Enslaved, Rigs, and Last of Us. Holy moly, Phil! Wow. Does everybody read that list? Apologies, punctuation. What? I don't even know what to say, Phil. That's amazing. That's amazing. the fact that you grace us with your presence is amazing. That is an incredible list of accolades, an incredible list of accomplishments that you worked on all of those games. You've been around, yeah, I would say so. I've been around a bit. He's so humble. Actually, I have played The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. Well, there you go. So, Phil, you are way too humble. Way too humble. Thank you very much for sharing that list, because that's incredible. That is amazing. Always an artist. Yeah, right. Always an artist with the humility. But really, Phil, like, that's crazy impressive. Crazy impressive. So yes, once again, anybody who hasn't seen, please go back and look at that list of all the games that Phil worked on as a designer. Crazy. And then go follow him. Go follow Phil Artie McGuffin on his channel on Twitch, because he's incredible and he is new here like me and he deserves your follow. So please follow Phil. Bit of head scratching to remember. Well, that's no wonder. There's so many on there. That's just crazy. That is just crazy. I'm going to have to ask my husband if he's ever played, or I should say probably more like how many has he played of the games on that list. So that's nuts, Phil. So amazing. And again, thanks for being in here on my stream so much. I really appreciate it because that's nuts. That's nuts. So yeah, crazy impressive. Well, of course. That's just such a long list of incredible accolades on that list. Yeah, I'm a little dumbfounded. Like, I just don't even know what to say. That's amazing, Phil. It is amazing. Was there any one in particular that you loved working on more than anything else? Or was there any particular highlights of your career during that time that you particularly enjoyed? So again, we're just putting in our base colors today. And you're actually playing The Last of Us Part 2 remastered tomorrow evening. Is that right? That's very cool, Alex. Bet you didn't know that you'd meet somebody that worked on the game in here, huh? That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So amazing, Phil. We are just working on these base colors just to give us enough so that tomorrow we can start to build some dimension on this piece. And again, if you're just popping in, we're chatting with Phil Artie McGuffin, who is also a streamer in here, and a Warhammer Freeblade. Oh, okay. And what did you love about it? Phil was a game designer for many years. And please check out his channel. He's new on Twitch too, and he's an amazing artist. And he's drawing digitally right now, but he's also thinking that he's going to maybe start to incorporate some of his clay work and maybe the watercolor too, right, Phil? That kind of influenced his early access into his art that he used for his design skills. So very cool. So yes, what did you like about Warhammer Freeblade? I can see that I missed, I'm going to do that in here. I missed this little section right here that should also be painted this gray, but that's okay because I have all my paint mixed up here. So if I have enough time today, I will just circle back and catch those little areas that I may have missed. I say this is like building a puzzle because, the more I put down, the more I see. You were selected by Apple to demo the new iPhone 6s Plus, right? Wow! And the first iPad Pro demoed live on stage at Cupertino to 7 million people at once. What? Phil! Oh my gosh. Most installed Warhammer game of all time. Wow. Very, very cool. So amazing. Why are you hanging out with me, Phil? I'm just asking. That's amazing. That's amazing. I wonder if we saw you on stage at some point watching things, because John was into, my husband was into things like that, then we did watch, various press conferences and events and things. So amazing. No worries. I appreciate it, Alex. So thank you for popping in. It was nice to meet you. So you have a good evening, okay? And we'll see you again soon. And Kiwi is back. Team of 12 people, art team. I put together from scratch. I was an artist, not a designer, but the art and design go hand in hand. So for somebody like me, can you explain what the difference is between you being the artist versus the designer in a game like that? All uni grads I trained up and mentored on our first game, Gunfinger. So cool. So amazing, Phil. Your parents called to make sure that you would eat. That was so sweet of them. That's really nice, Kiwi. That's very, very sweet. Are you far from home? I didn't really ask you how far away your school is from where you live. So yeah, just curious. But that's very sweet that they called to check in on you. So Phil is just going through some of his accolades, Kiwi, and if you haven't seen them, you should scroll back and see all of the amazing games that Phil has worked on. So amazing, so cool. So what you see, the artist is responsible for the gameplay balancing structure. The designer is responsible for the magic running everything. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Let me say it again. So what you see, the artist is responsible for the gameplay. Balancing, am I saying that phrases? I'm not sure where I should stop the phrases. I apologize, Phil. Balancing structure, the designers are responsible for the magic. Running everything are the programmers. Okay, so I think I get it. Phil. Still amazing. And yes, everything would work in tandem with each other, right? So you can't do one without the other. So you're close enough to go home, but far away enough where they'll worry about you eating. Not because you don't eat, but just because you forget to restock your food supply. I understand. No worries, Phil. That's my fault. I am sure I should be able to recognize the phrasing better. So no worries. But anyway, yes, I think I get it now. And yes, they all work in tandem. So amazing. So very cool. I'll just ask you this. Do you miss it? Do you miss working in that industry? Or was that just, I would assume that most people that I have a vague understanding of working in the gaming industry, my understanding is that it is very, very intense. That y'all work very intense hours for very long periods of time. And so I would assume that is a very intense job to have. Loved it even when things not so hot. Is that right? Loved it even then. That is just very, very amazing, Phil. And you must have just been, and again, that list of accolades, you say that you were in the industry, I think, for, what did you say, 29 years, I think? But that list of accolades, I mean, you must have just been working on project after project after project after project to be able to accomplish that. in even, that number of years that you say, it's still so many projects, so many different games. So that is just so amazing. So amazing. And what did you say, Kiwi? Mean close enough to go home on long weekends and breaks. That's nice, Kiwi. That's nice. My first year of school was like that. I guess my second year was too, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, where I could, if I needed to, I could get there because it was like within a few hours of a drive. Do you miss the pace of it then, Phil? Not if you're not working in it now. I would think that would be, just very different to not, have that level of intensity, because I do think that would be very, very intense. I was saying close enough to go home on a weekend, but far enough for parents to worry, especially since I went to school in Niagara Falls. Okay. So I know you're up in Canada, Plo. How far away would Niagara Falls be for you? Is that a couple hours? Can work very quickly as a consequence, for sure. Yeah, I would assume. You said that you're on your, again, if you don't follow Phil, please go follow Phil. You said that your dragon, or not one of the drawings that you were working on. I know you said that you finished it in like 2 or 3 days, right? Like you were incredibly productive. I know we were talking about that briefly with like the artist Drew Struzan when you brought that up, because I said that I had interviewed him years ago. And for anybody who doesn't know, Drew Struzan is the artist who did all of the wonderful paintings of like movie posters in like the 80s. Very famous like for Star Wars and Indiana Jones and such. And Phil was saying that Drew Struzan could complete some of those like in a weekend, that he had seen that he could complete them very, very fast. But Phil is also incredibly efficient in his work. I'm not. I'm very slow. So depends on how fast you're driving on back roads. Could be an hour or closer to 2. Okay, Flo. Yeah, dragging on because of the scale. So what is the scale for your dragon piece, Phil? Which is a beautiful piece, by the way. If you haven't gone over to see that, please at least pop in and see the dragon piece that Phil is working on, because I saw it and it was just gorgeous. But yes, I can understand how that would make you efficient, because, how else would you be able to function on the level that you needed to, working on all of those games, if you weren't efficient? Kiwi, okay, I'm gonna get some food for your parents' sake of mine. We'll probably do an hour-long stream tonight. Not very long, but it gives you time to test your internet stuff. Okay, very cool. So, so anybody who wants to pop over and see Kiwi tonight, she is going to be doing her first test stream tonight. And so we want to support her as well. So, and then tomorrow she's going to do her first real stream, she says, at some point. So if I know that it's going on, I'll certainly announce it in here. But if it's earlier than that, then I will certainly, I'm going to at least try to tune in, at least for a little bit in the early part of the day, depending on when you go on, Kiwi. So, and not too high resolution, 3366 by 2407. Okay. More scale of Tiamat, Tiamat herself. Okay. Is that the main character in there? And Plo says, I did spend time in the tourist area, but that was just because I jog along the road where the falls were, or go across and run. Oh, okay, on the park, and then back because you only needed a driver's license. Gotcha. I'll message you on Insta. Thank you very much, Kiwi. It was nice to see you in here, and good luck with everything. We'll cross our fingers for you, okay? Yes, okay, so Tiamat is Queen of the Dragons. Gotcha. Tiamat is Queen of the Dragons. Very, very cool. So yes, please, please, please pop over and see Phil's work. You will not regret it because he is pretty incredible. And I think that, again, he said he had 29 years in the gaming industry as an artist. And so I'm gonna just tell you that y'all are very lucky to have somebody like him on Twitch who's willing to stream his work. That's pretty incredible, and be able to share his experience and his knowledge. So yeah, pretty incredible. So thank you for that, Phil. And I need to pop over and see your most, because it's been a little bit since I went over to your channel, and I need to pop in and see where you are on that piece. And I just got this a little bit off, so I'm just gonna wipe that real quickly. Oh, of course, Phil. I don't even know. Like I said, you have a long list of accolades, which are insane. It's gotten bigger. Oh, okay. And the dragon piece is so stunning and so detailed. I believe that, Flo, because when I popped in before, it was like I said, it was looking pretty amazing, and that was maybe a week ago. So yeah, so I definitely want to see. Also, it is amazing now that you are adding the brown, how much this is starting to come together. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about Phil? Yeah, once I get a little bit of color down everywhere, it does really help. It still doesn't look like much, right? But tomorrow I'm hoping that we'll start to take one of those, big leaps forward in here. Okay, my piece. Yeah, so I appreciate that, Flo. Yes, so I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll start to take a big leap forward on this. I just need to clean that little edge up there. So I'm just taking a little bit of medium on my brush and just wiping that away. I can tell now they are cookies. Yeah, it wasn't really visible, right? Kim's work is pure magic. I don't know, Phil. I think your work's the magic, and I'm just a little painter. So, but I appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, so we're just gonna get these down. So we'll have all the base colors. Base colors don't look like much, but they are very, very essential for me. And then we will start to build out the dimension. So I need to be a little bit careful in here because I want to see that should go there. That should go there. All right, I do think that actually goes like that. All right, so again, when I get start shadows tomorrow, shadows will start to make this a lot more clarified for everything. But it's a good start. It's a good start. I love just hearing everybody's stories. So, of course, Flo is an amazing artist. Phil is just, again, please check out Phil's channel and see the stuff that he's working on over there. Elga sharing her story earlier about how she was basically insulted by a music teacher and then came back and taught herself to play a bunch of instruments. That is all, just beautiful, beautiful things. Kiwi is going to start streaming her oil paintings. She's going to try to start oil painting and streaming that. So I love hearing everybody's experience and creativity. And again, just sharing all of that sense of community. I just think it's really, really wonderful to lift each other up a bit and just, just have that. Well, just learn what each other does, and just have that wonderful sense of community. So I feel very fortunate that I have gotten to know Phil a little bit on here, and Flo, and of course Kiwi and Cupie, and and Janica, and I feel like Romper Room right now, but everybody else who's popped in. I just really enjoy getting to know everybody and all of the amazing work that they make. So, yeah, so, thank you, Cupie. Anyway, it's a good experience. It's a good experience for me. I hope it's a good experience for you to be part of this. So everyone is awesome. Flo, so positive. Everyone's awesome, right? So that's really nice, I think, anyway. That's why I like Twitch. Everyone shows process, no one trying to hide knowledge, which was a big thing in games for a long time. I believe that, Phil. I believe that. And that is a really nice thing on here. Everybody's trying to share. Because kind of like we were saying, earlier that Elga and I were talking about, Elga said it's such a shame when she thinks about all of the people who were discouraged from creating at some point in their lives. And it's sad to think about all of the art or music that wasn't created because those people felt a sense of discouragement. And I would say the same thing with just learning process, right? It's a shame to me that process gets hoarded and that some people don't get to ever learn, how things are done. And so, I had to go on this very long journey to figure out how to paint. And so I don't want other people to have to struggle with that. I want to show people because I want to see what y'all can create. I want more art to be brought into the world. So I agree with Phil. It says, Plo, I've been meaning to ask if your name is a play off of Floette. Oh, I don't know. It's a play off her last name. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Like Smurfette. That's cute. That's very, very cute. I also just think for people who, you don't have to be an artist to like any of these streams, right? I just think it's interesting and, kind of healthy for our brains to watch art being made. It's just a beautiful thing, I think, to see something come together from start to finish. So even though this is a very early stage of this, what was that? It's a Pokemon? Who's a Pokemon? Oh, is Floette a Pokemon? Oh, okay, gotcha. Floette, I didn't know. Like I said, I only know like 3 Pokemon's names, so I apologize, QP. Was often told just placeholder artist for a long time in games. Something I can pass on as lead or add, all about how I can help this artist improve, feel empowered, sense of ownership, facilitate what's needed. Then folks fly, right? That's very well worded, Phil, actually. Very well worded. Yeah, I mean, I think it's silly little things sometimes that, like when I've made various discoveries about how I paint, and so again, if you're just popping in, I paint stuff like this so that it looks really realistic, but it starts out like this. But, figuring out how to get it from point A to point B, a lot of that stuff was very challenging to find. And so I often was confused why it was hard to figure this stuff out and why nobody taught me. Like I will say, I talk about very basic things that, again, I have mixed opinions about my college experience as an artist, but I was not taught color theory. And, not like I think that we spent maybe 1 week in a design class learning to mix colors out of my entire college experience. And then it was never talked about again. And so it was like they wanted to check it off the box. And so, like that was something I had to go back and learn how to do myself. And it's something that I'm still learning. And so I have good resources, I think, at this point. But in practice, it's something that I'm still, I still consider myself learning. But just, being able to share experience, like Phil's saying, once you share experience and then people have that moment where it's like, oh, I get it. Then suddenly, like they're able to, as he said, then folks fly. So it's a nice thing to just, learn from each other. Like I paint, and I have a degree in drawing, but I didn't learn to draw, really realistically. So I like tuning in actually and just seeing, even though, Plo has, for most of her streams that I've been seeing, she's been painting, but I love seeing Plo's drawings because she draws in a way that I never did. And so Plo, I very much admire, your ability with your graphite and your charcoal on top of your painting skills, of course. But it's interesting for me to look at your work because it's not something that I was really taught. I mean, I kind of muddled along with it and, figured some stuff out on my own, but never to the degree that I wanted to. So again, I feel like anybody who's an artist, we all want to be constantly learning, right? If you stop learning, then you're in trouble. If you feel like you know it all, then you're in trouble. So I love that we're all like sharing information with each other, sharing demos with each other. I think that that's really, really nice. Really, really nice for me. One of your next pieces is actually going to be a graphite picture of your dog. Oh, okay, very cool, Plo. Well, I will have to tune in for that then, because, like I said, I really enjoy seeing the drawing process using just the graphite to get a really high sense of realism, because it's just not something that I don't feel adequately taught when I was in school. And so whatever ability that I have with that is self-taught, but I would like to learn more. So yeah, right, Phil, can't wait to see. So I would like to tune in for that, definitely. And again, so if you're just pop it in, just please go follow both Phil and Plo, because they are both really great artists on here, really great streamers. And so I don't, some of this, like this area right here that I'm painting, this actually has more shadow in here than what this color actually is, but I just want to get a color down. I want to get something down. There's going to be a little bit of this that will peek through when I come in and refine this, but I really just want to get a color down that have some base color over everything in the painting. Plo is an amazing artist, like Kim, crazy realistic painting skills. Yeah, Plo is really great. You're right, Phil. Plo is really great. So she is amazing to watch, and so we really enjoy having Plo as part of our community. We're very, very lucky to have that. So yes, please follow both Plo and Phil. Aw. And again, we try to express in here that we all, or a lot of us, at some point were kind of discouraged from making art because of something that, instructors or whatever said to us, or just, various experiences we had, or just, a lack of training. And so I think a lot of us are on here both to learn from each other and to share what we do, because, you know, I think it's interesting to just watch the art making process from anybody. But also because we genuinely don't want other people to struggle the way that we did. So both Phil and Chloe, great examples of that, you know, we just don't want people to go through unnecessary struggles because someone's hoarding information from us. You know, so I want to see all the beautiful things that people can create, and you know, the imagination that comes behind it, the vision that you have behind it, that's going to be all, you know, all your own. And so, you know, what I do is very different from what Chloe does, which is very different from what Phil does. And so, but we all are supportive of each other because, you know, we all like sharing that information. So this is actually going pretty good. I think that I will get this done, you know, again, with the exception of the shadows, and it will be a little bit rough. I'm not supposed to use that term. It's just early. It's not rough. It's early in the process. And so I want to just have an idea of where most of this stuff goes. So yes, thank you for the heart, Cupie. It will be gestating? What does that mean? What does that mean, Janica? I apologize, because sometimes I don't... work in progress, love it, right? Thank you, Phil. Yes, so tomorrow we will pick it back up with hopefully a goal of getting our first layer of dimension. And that will probably primarily be us going in and working on shadows. Present participle of the verb gestate. Yes, no, I know it. I know it. The in that term. Oh, painting being the baby. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Cupie, for the translation. I apologize. Sometimes I am a little bit literal. I'm a little bit too literal. So apologies, Janica, and thank you, Cupie, for that. So. No, it's not your fault, Janica. That's all me. And my husband will tell you the same, that I just sometimes I need something to be very clearly explained to me, because I don't always pick up on it right away. So that's my fault, not yours. Yeah, he explains things to me a lot, actually. He's pretty patient that way. Cambridge Dictionary also has the definition for an idea, thought. Yes, okay. No, it wasn't that. I think I just sometimes I talk, and then I guess I forget what kind of verbiage I used. So anyway, that's my fault, Janica, not yours. Thank you, Cupie. Anyway, I feel like it's a good base for everything. Again, everything's pretty muted at this point. And so, you know, it takes a little bit of imagination to see what it's going to become. But I promise It will be filled with joy and color and lots of dimension. And I am just kind of roughly thinking maybe I should just go ahead and do at least one more small one, maybe, just because I have all these colors mixed up. Oh, back with food. I'm hoping that wakes me up. Okay, that's good. No, Janica, what did it say? Goes back to the shadows. What did you say? Maturing better way. No, it's not you, Janica. That's totally on me. That's totally on me, not you. I'm telling you, we watch certain things, and I always have to have my husband explain them to me. So, because I just am a little bit literal sometimes, and so I don't always leap to understanding things as quickly as I should. So. And now it's on stream, so everybody can see that that's how I am. Especially due to a lack of punctuation. Also not your fault, Phil. I need to be able to pick up on things. Is that what you're having, Flo? Spicy ramen. I haven't had ramen in forever. That sounds really good, actually. I used to eat a lot of ramen when I was in college. That was actually a funny thing when I worked at the magazine years ago. We would go to these trade shows on occasion, and we would go to one that was at Savannah College of Art and Design. We would drive up there from Orlando, and so the students were all there, and they got to come through and shop for art supplies, and we were there, of course, to promote our magazine. But we created a wheel. We actually built this wheel that you could spin, and you would win various prizes that we had gotten donated from a lot of the art material companies. And if you got the loser prize, you got ramen. So we had bought a bunch of ramen, and that was what we gave away to the college students. So most everybody thought that was actually really cute, that's what we were giving away to the college kids. You buy gluten-free ramen on Amazon and a bag of gluten. Oh, okay, nice. I've never really looked for it, but I should, because that sounds good, Cupie. Very nice. Yeah, win-win, right, Phil? Win-win. No true losers in that game. Everybody gets something, including ramen noodles. So just so you can see, all of these areas here, pretty much, that I haven't done on this side, these are all going to be shadows. Roscoe, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that very much, Roscoe. We make complicated, with protein, soft-boiled eggs, neat. Protein and veg and soft-boiled eggs. Oh, that sounds really good. That sounds really, really good. So yes, all of these are actually like the warm shadow areas, the very hard shadows that were cast from from photographing the subject outside. And so I am very, very hopeful that tomorrow, when we come back to this, that we'll be able to address those shadows, and then things are really going to start to come together, because then I'll truly have paint pretty much everywhere on the panel, and it will just it will start at that point. That's just the first part of what we'll do tomorrow, but after that it will really start to pop and really come together. And we really want this to be like kind of magical, right? I want this to really come across as something that captures all of that wonderful childlike joy of Halloween. Not the spooky stuff. That's just me though. So all right, I'm just going to rinse my brush for a minute and come back to this. Roscoe, you've just been lurking while doing some stuff, and you seem like nice company. You do oil painting and a little bit of digital. Very cool, Roscoe. Well, welcome in. That's very kind of you. I do really appreciate the follow and the lurking. And so, so what kind of oil paintings do you do, or digital work do you do? I think I'm kind of nice company. The others in here will tell you. I think I'm sort of pleasant on a good day. So, thanks very much, Cupie. That's very kind. Landscapes and portraits in oil. Very cool. Well, welcome in, Roscoe. Do you have an Instagram link or anything that you would like to share? You're welcome to do that, because we try to, share each other's work in here when we can. But you're not obliged to. You can just lurk and chat if you would like to. Capsulico. Hi, welcome in. So very nice to see you in here too. Flo, what did you say about me? She's only pleasant on days ending in Y. Don't let her fool you. Thanks very much. And good again to see you in here, Capsulico. I appreciate you chatting with us. The digital stuff is a different thing. You do liveries and skins for cars in racing simulators. That's really interesting. Were you in here then when we were chatting with Phil about his work in games? So, Phil, Kim is so mean, makes me cry every time. Just kidding. Kim is awesome, skilled. He's always so encouraging. I appreciate that. But if you didn't see our talk with Phil earlier, Roscoe, please go and follow. Please follow Phil's channel, because I think that you would really enjoy that, just based on what you were sharing there. So, and then as far as your oil paintings, you do landscapes. So are they like traditional landscapes from wherever you live in the world? Cupie says you started doing that recently. All right, we're doing it. We're making it. Just gonna go a little bit further tonight, and then we'll call it until tomorrow. I really do have quite a bit of this done though. And again, this is just my process for this is just my process for this particular painting. It's not the same that I do for all of my paintings, but it's the easiest way for me to build dimension for something that has such graphic shapes, large graphic shapes. So I just get a base color down, and then we build up from there. I started out 2 years ago when you were off sick. I watched a lot of Bob Ross, is that right? And felt inspired to give it a try. I took to it well and never looked back. Landscapes for relaxation, portraits more intense but more mega satisfying. Very, very cool, Roscoe. That is very, very cool. What a happy little accident. Nice. Just gonna scoot down here just before I flip my panel, because it'll be a little bit easier for me to just do this now. And like I said, I don't want to go too late today because I have a lot of stuff I need to finish tonight. A lot of projects. And I still got to go out to my garden because I haven't gotten to do that yet today. My poor little tomato plants are probably wilting because it was quite warm today. But there's only so many hours in the day, right? So just got to do the best I can. Anyway, I do think that being here on Twitch, it helps to keep me on track though. So just coming in here and talking to y'all, it makes me on track. You worked on Forza Horizon 2 only for a few months on loan from another studio and just doing markup on environments for audio and physics. So cool, Phil. Crazy. Monster Studio, 200 folks at any one time working round the clock. Is that right? Oh, that's crazy. That's like I was saying earlier, that I think that again, from what I've heard, so many people in the gaming industry say it's just such an intense job. Such an intense job. When you say working around the clock, I believe that. Oh, we keep you accountable. That's right, Jenica. I have it on my calendar now. Do you? I appreciate that very much, Jenica. You keep me productive, It does. It's surprisingly productive in here for me. Because I think I've painted essentially in the 2 months that I've been on here, and maybe I didn't paint them entirely on the stream, but I have painted 7 12x16 ice creams, 3 5x7 ice creams, 5 little studies, and this. That's a lot. That's a lot. So yeah, that was a lot for this amount of time on here. So again, this is a little shadow on here. Kim is a machine. I feel like one sometimes, Phil. It is a lot, yeah. There have been times where I really have. I mean, I'm doing better with that just on a, you know, a personal level, but there have been times where I paint so much that I do feel like a machine. So I try to balance it out a little bit better now than I maybe used to. But it's very efficient in here. It really is. There's an AR. Am I AI? I am not. At least not that I'm aware. I don't think I'm AI. Yes, everything in here is a completely human process, including my cookies, my little cookies that I bake. This is actually from my actual cookies. So no AI in here, even for my models. Everything I make myself. Thank you, Janica. I haven't painted much over the summer as your workshop has been too hot, but thankfully it's about right now. So you should be getting back into it the next week or so. Nice, Roscoe. That's very cool. Well, you'll have to pop back in and tell us how it's going. Or, you know, you can keep us on in the background if you can do that while you're painting. That's actually something a number of people in here seem to enjoy doing, is just work on their own stuff and just keep me on in the background as pleasant company in the background there. So... But I do hope that you get back to your painting, and I would like to hear about it when you do. Yeah, there's a surprising amount of this painting that's shadows, right? All of this, these are all shadows. And so I do have a little bit more to do on, you know, the cookie outlines, the cookie shapes for this base coat, but a lot of this is just going to be shadow tomorrow. You have a PC in here that gets used for Twitch in the background. Nice. And displaying reference images. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Well, again, you're welcome back anytime, Roscoe, so thank you for that. All right, let me see here. I'm just gonna do a little bit right here, just so I have this little, this is technically in shadow too, but I'm just gonna put it in so I remember that it's there. Let's go ahead and do this little pumpkin guy in the middle here. Again, part of that is shadow, so I want to make sure that I don't do the whole thing. Although it doesn't much matter too much, even if I mess this up, because I am going to go over it again. And I do try to scale it up, like I said, to a 1-to-1 scale, because then I make sure that the size of my shapes is correct. It's very hard to try to blow things up and down. Yeah, of course, Roscoe. It's very hard for me, for my brain, to blow things up and down. So it's much easier if I try to work at a 1-to-1 scale and just blow things up. I mean, sometimes I want to pull back and see the whole thing, but not always. So I want to see, like, this is actually, I did this incorrect here, but I'm just going to have to leave that for now. But that should have been a pumpkin shadow. So that's another one, Phil. Sometimes I make mistakes. We try not to call them mistakes, but that's an actual mistake. So I will have to come back and fix that. And that probably means I will have to sand it out just a little bit to make it work. This is another one. Because sometimes it's a lot of shapes, right? It's a lot of very confusing shapes. Even I lose track in there. I'm noting them all down. You're keeping a running list of all of my errors, all of my painting errors. That's terrifying, Phil. Yeah, so some of it, I'm going to have mistakes in something this complicated. It's just going to happen. But that's all right, because nothing is unfixable. Like this morning when I was trying to set up the stream with my husband, and I said, oh, I bumped this little ghost face with the green. I'm going to have to sand it out. He's like, can you do that? It's like, yeah, I can sand it out. It's fine. He's like, I don't know. So he's, he's very good with helping me at a lot of my art stuff. But then, when I make a little mistake like that, he doesn't understand if it's catastrophic or not, I guess. But you just have to trust that nothing is truly catastrophic. Very, very little. You'd have to really, really mess up bad to really mess up a painting beyond repair. Everything is reparable. All 3 of them. That's just 3 today, Phil. Just 3 today. All right, so that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. I think that I just need to flip this upside down so that I get the top cookies here. And then we're approaching 5 hours. I think I did pretty good getting these base colors down. I never, of course, get to do as much as I would like to, but I try to do as much as I can, reasonably do as much as I can. So like I said, I have a lot of other things that I am going to try to complete tonight, not related to this painting. However, if I have a little bit of time, maybe tomorrow morning, I might try to trim out a little bit more of these details just to clean things up a little bit before the stream starts. But we'll see. I might not have time to do that just based on the other stuff that I need to do. And if that's the case, we'll just do it on the stream. So, not a big deal. But again, even though this looks, really weird right now, and very, very flat and illustrative, for me, for this particular piece, this is the only way that I know how to do it that's going to make everything else a lot more reasonable. And so it will, it's still a slow process to paint realism, but it will come together much, much more quickly for me now that I have a base on everything. much, much more quickly. Or almost a base on everything. Tomorrow I will have a base on everything. But again, it's good for my brain. This is a good, even though it gets a little complicated, a little confusing, it is good for my brain to do this process. I like it. This kind of thing is fun for me. Turn my little kitty sideways so I can see this. It doesn't look weird to you. It's like it's gaining shape, and I'm happy to see the before before they become 3D. Thanks, Janica. I appreciate that very, very much. Like we were saying this week, I'm not sure. I think we said that yesterday, right? Maybe we feel a little nervous, or I feel a little nervous about showing stuff before it becomes like real. But if y'all find it interesting, then I am very, very glad for that. And I mean, I think it's interesting. And if nothing else, it proves what we were talking about earlier, that it's not AI. It's just me sitting here with a whole lot of patience to do stuff. So. But this is more like, this stage is really more of me, trying to just have a better understanding of things. So I really want to understand how all of these shapes work with each other. What you see on the stream, there's little bumps and things where I, bumped into it, like right there, I bumped a little bit into that color, but I'm not going to worry about that because I know that I have to come in with a darker shadow around this cat's head anyway. So there's certain things in this order that it just works for how my brain works. And so I don't worry that it's not perfect at this stage. This is me, one of the things that I said, and maybe Roscoe feels this way about his portraits, but like a portrait painter, sometimes a portrait painter will get to know his or her subject a little bit before they actually paint the portrait of the person, so that the painting is kind of imbued with that person's personality. So I try to do that a little bit with my paintings, where I get to know. That's one reason why I like to build my subject and bake my own cookies, because I like to get to know my subject intimately before I paint it. So, it's different for me than just, just copying something. It's like I really want to convey, some deeper sense of meaning and knowledge of the subject. So sometimes the Burt Reynolds one was tricky on that front. Is that right? And so what did you find tricky about that one, Roscoe? I'm almost there. A little bit more. A little bit more over here. right, so that's all shadow. That's all shadow. Just scoot up here. Conversation was difficult due to the fact. Yeah, that'd probably be difficult. All right, that's cute. I'm just curious, did you do that one for a commission for someone, or do you just like Burt Reynolds? By the way, I didn't know that he was dead, so I'm sorry about that. I assumed you hadn't chatted with Burt Reynolds, but I didn't know that he was dead. He was a childhood hero of yours. You always loved Smokey and the Bandit and Cannonball Run. That's very cool. I watched Cannonball Run like for the first time like just a few years ago. I think maybe I'd seen pieces of it when I was younger, but it was a very, very cute. It was a very, very cute film. It was one that my husband had liked, and so we watched it together. And I really don't think that I'd ever seen it before then. So, Janica, you're gonna clean the kitchen and prepare things for tomorrow. If I don't make it back, thank you for the stream. Everyone have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much, Janica. It's always a pleasure to have you in here, and you make me smile. So thank you, Janica, for coming in today. I really appreciate that. And yes, I'm probably gonna end really soon here too. So I hope you have a good evening for the rest of your evening as well. Those first two Cannonball Run films had a ridiculous cast. You don't see lineups like that nowadays. No, it's true. It's true. Probably the closest would be like the Marvel movies, right? Where there's just like a bunch of celebrities. But you're absolutely right, Roscoe. They don't have many movies like that nowadays where it's just like all of these really well-known, you know, especially like comedians and stuff, right? Yeah, very, very cool. All right, so this looks like I missed this little ghost's arm too. I just want to make sure that I'm doing this right over here. Alright, I think part of this is my ghost, and part of this is a shadow. Right here. I think, anyway. That might require a little bit of analysis later to make sure that I did that right. Whoops. Alright, so I'm just going to take a glance. This restart on the portrait is so much better. Is that right, Cupie? I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So Cupie, Roscoe, and for anybody else, Cupie is one of those wonderful people in here who not only helps me with my stream so that I understand what's going on. But she often works on her own projects while she is watching. So I really enjoy that. And so Cupie, you are welcome to share what your portrait was and why you started over again, just in the last few minutes that I have here before I close things out. So please feel free. All right, let me just take a look again. That's okay. That's okay. Oops. Yeah, I think that's correct now. Sorry, just talking to myself as I figure it out. Anyway, there. I'm painting a picture of yourself, probably as a kid, probably around 7 years old. I restarted because the base was wrong and there was no fixing it. But it's going so much better this time. I made sure the sketch was perfect. That's awesome, Cupie. So awesome. But sometimes you got to do that, right? And this is only your third time with these paints, so it's a bit of a learning curve. That's very, very cool. I'm very, very proud of you, Cupie. So I'm glad that it's going so much better this second time around. And I tried to share that a little bit about some of my pieces where sometimes you don't get it right the first time, especially when you're learning, and you just have to come back to it with fresh eyes. And sometimes you have to scrap it and start again. So yeah, that's sometimes the way that it goes. Let me just double check here. But yeah, very happy for you, Cupie. I'm so glad it's going better this time. That's okay. Okay, so I think that, oh, there's one part I missed. Right there. Staring me in the face, right down here. And I must be getting hungry for dinner because these sugar cookies that are not particularly edible, I don't think, at least to the degree that I want. They are smelling really, really good. So we have all our base shapes in for this whole thing, and with the exception of the shadows. So we're going to do the shadows tomorrow, and we will just keep moving along to try to start adding some dimension to this. So I appreciate everybody who's popped in this time. And Roscoe loves your idea. And Cupie says, I also never really painted faces, so it's all new. That's very cool, Cupie. Very cool. And those are difficult. But actually, it's cool that you've connected with Roscoe here since he's a portrait painter. So that's probably very helpful, actually. And Roscoe says that I love this idea. There's a couple of photos of me as a little kid that I recently got a hold of, and you made you think of doing them in oil. That's very, very cool, Roscoe. Very, very cool. So anyway, thank you so much to everybody who followed. I really appreciate it today. And I am going to head out to my garden and make dinner because I'm over 5 hours today. That was a little bit long, but we did get a lot done here. We'll come back tomorrow and pick it up same time, around 2 p.m. Eastern time. And again, thank you so much to everybody who hung out with me today. And it's always a pleasure. So yes, you too, Roscoe. It was great meeting you as well. And Plo, thank you so much. That means a lot to me. So again, please go follow Plo, great artist, and check out all of our other artists. Phil was in here talking about all of his amazing experience working for the video game industry, many decades of experience, and now he streams on his channel too. So Plo, Phil, all of our wonderful artists here. And Kiwi is going to start streaming tonight as a test run and tomorrow. So we wish her well with that, and we're going to try to pop in on her and see how it goes. So anyway, thank you again to everybody. Thank you, Cupie, and I hope that you all have a wonderful evening, and I will see you back tomorrow, okay? I'm heading out to the garden. Have a good night. Bye-bye.